Choose as you please. I think Jasbir ji is sitting here, I think, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I think so. Oh, there, वो भी हो सकता. Then I can sit next to you, that's nice. Oh, ये क्या हो रहा है? Hello, hello, hello. Yes. Should I start my singing voice? No, I don't think I should start my. It's not good. Okay. I'll just put it there and keep it there. And then put it.
You can also, like in old days,
Old days क्या होती है? We still have sarees.
no, but खोजते थे ना वो क्या चाबी का गुच्छा.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's fitting.
Test, test,
Test, test.
test.
Okay.
Sound test.
I'll take it
Sound
out
test.
tomorrow.
Sound test, test, test,
Yeah, because race करना
test,
है.
test,
Oh.
test.
Thank you.
Test,
Stuck in traffic.
test.
She took her own turn. Yeah,
Test, test,
exactly.
test,
That's
test,
what I
test.
think. Shit. Okay. And then when I want to close it, I just press it.
Test, test. Sound test. Sound test. Sound test, 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 test. 2 minutes.
Someone told me. So what happens is, this is, it's not just one slide. This is a full presentation with all the people who will be speaking. So when it goes to the next slide, this is already Janaganamana. I will play it.
Don't play now.
No. Oh yeah, here I have to play. So this is like Please Rise. And then here I will play, and then it's mostly going to be something else.
It's muted, no?
Yeah, this is playing. And then, yeah, this comes, Jasbir speaks, Ram Lakhina, Sandhu, Thais. Instead of Sandhu, he will speak. Jinse, of course. Thais, European Parliament. Eric Nee hai. Subhadra. Oh, Subhadra speaking.
Yeah, there's one, this one. Theme presentation.
Okay, super.
Theme presentation, then the panel will join.
Panel will talk, and then just this.
There's a break in between the two things.
I don't think so. There will be a tea break, I think, because there's a...
Yeah, that's what one.
Yeah. I'll stay here. No?
start asking people to sit down? Yeah?
Forward.
Nirmal,
Sorry? It's on now. Okay, thank you. Thank you. But he said that the mic is on now. Hello. Yes, it's on. I'm on. I'm ready. Let's wait. Let's see. जी नमस्ते जी नमस्ते जी प्लीज ठीक हूँ बैठे आराम से बैठो यहाँ पे बैठो ओके फाइन there's a lot and where's what? Where's my stuff? Excuse me. Where's my stuff? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, I'm sitting in front of you, but you can look over me. ठीक है ना? मेरे पीछे देखो. Okay, you made it. Okay, great. Have a seat, have a seat. So you can start. I'll get you a mic.
ladies and gentlemen, if you can please take your seats, we would be starting in a few minutes.
Do you have your notes and notes? Yeah, fine. So did I. Okay. So shall I do this part first? Yeah, that's fine. Great. And then I can do the second part. It doesn't look on. Yeah. It won't. The fact is, when if you're here, that's great. I'm looking good. You said there's no parking spots. Oh, okay, fine. We are ready. Can we start? No, just keep the door open. People will drop in. We'll just start in a few minutes. We can close the doors. You have a mic? इसको भी mic चाहिए ना? Okay. Okay. Let's go. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Welcome to this afternoon's conference, the Indian Diaspora Conference. Very warm welcome to all of you. This conference, can you hear me behind? Okay. Where's our sound man? They can't hear me. And now, can you hear me now? Okay, that's better. Okay. So, we get off to a good start. So this Indian Diaspora Conference is being organized by two sister organizations, Foundation of Critical Choices for India and Foundation of for Indian Diaspora in Europe, and the Indian Diaspora Council, which is based in the Netherlands. My co-host Ritika Mehra and I will be conducting this program, taking you through to this afternoon. My name is Suman Koranov. I am the Director of PR of FCCI. And
Maybe try this one. Does this mic work better for everybody?
okay, so I'll just repeat. My name is Suman Koranov. I'm the Director of Public Relations for FCCI. And Ritika Mehra, my co-host, is also a member of the Indian Diaspora Council. Together we will host this afternoon and conduct it, and so you all have a very pleasant and interesting experience. Will you take it forward?
Absolutely. Like my colleague over here, I'm just going to call her Suman Auntie. We have a jam-packed program for today that takes us right till the end of the afternoon. It'll be split into two parts. The first, of course, we'll start with the opening, after which we'll have a number of distinguished guests and dignitaries that will take us through the 75 years of celebrating and evaluating the Indian Republic with the theme of the possibilities and the challenges that we faced, and then of course harnessing Indian diaspora's potential towards the goal of making India great. The second half will be a panel discussion that will be conducted by Suman Auntie here, along with lead panel speakers. For now, though, I would like to request my fellow colleagues, I think Kritika had to be here, and Mayur, so we could sing the national anthem together with all of you. Can I please ask them to join us on stage? And may I ask everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind.
गणमन अधिनायक
So the next is, of course, the lighting of the lamp, which is a tremendous and traditional ceremony. For that, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Jasbir Singh, who's the president. I'm sorry, but that's something on the sound. I think my voice will reach me. Not working. Iets dichterbij? Yeah. Yeah? Okay. Iets dichterbij, people. Okay. So again, for the next part, which is a very tremendously traditional and important ceremony, is the lighting of the lamp. For that, I'd like to invite Mr. Jasbir Singh, President of FCCI and FIDE, and Deputy Chief Mission of the Embassy of India, and Madam the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps in The Hague. Please approach the stage. And I'm forgetting somebody very important, and that is Mr. Erik Nier, former ambassador of the, and sorry? Okay, yes, Mr. Thijs Ruiten, you too. So all dignitaries to the stage. And Mr. Dalatram, please. Do we have them all? Yes, please, please come to the stage. What is fine? Do you have a candle here? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good. There are 7 of them. Yeah, please. Each one.
Secretary General of FCCI, please.
Fabulous. Thank you. As the lamps have been lit, we can now say that nothing can go wrong because we've warded off all negativity. However, with that, I would like to ask everybody to please put your phones on silent or on airplane mode for the rest of this program. There will be a break that takes place after the presentations. Fantastic. It's really great to see all of you here in such vast and huge numbers, and that also on a Friday afternoon. The first person I would like to invite on stage for the official opening is the president to FCCI and FIDE in the Indian Diaspora Council, Mr. Jasbir Singh.
Excellencies, Dean of Diplomatic Corps, Ambassador Sahar Ghanam, Ambassador Eric Nihe, Honorable Member of European Parliament, Mr. Thijs Ruiten, First Member of Dutch Parliament from the community, Mr. Daulatram Ramlal, Deputy Head of Indian Mission, Mr. Jinse Kurvila Matam, panel members, I think they're all present here, Professor Ajay Bailey, Dr. Kalyan Guntuboyna, and Mr. Ajay Gopikrishnan. Esteemed guests, it is my privilege to extend you a very warm welcome on behalf of Foundation for Critical Choices for India, Foundation for Indian Diaspora in Europe, and Indian Diaspora Council, Netherlands, to this very special occasion to mark the 75th anniversary of the Indian Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, before I proceed further, let me clarify some important matters. You might have noticed the absence of our chief guest, Ambassador of India, Mrs. Rina Sandhu. We are missing her as she had to fly to India due to a family emergency. We can understand that. She was very enthusiastic about the event to participate, but these things do happen. But I'm sure the second in command, dear friend, Mr. Jinsei Matam, will certainly do justice to the role assigned to him now. Second VIP we are missing is the Ambassador of Suriname, Mr. Rajendra Khargi, who was the very first to confirm, but again, you see this kind of diplomatic obligations, he had to travel, so he is not here. But again, we are lucky to have our dear friend, Mr. Ramlal, who will deliver almost the same message that Ambassador Khargi was supposed to deliver. I would like to mention especially that Mr. Ramlal was not only the first member of parliament from the Indian diaspora community, he was also the first person of the Indian diaspora to guide me as my elder brother more than 50 years back. Thanks for being here. The very special guest, dear friend, and the most senior diplomat in this country, Ambassador Sahar Ghanem, who promised some time back to teach me Arabic. Well, somehow that has not materialized. And now I have promised her that we will today not request her to speak, rather she would enjoy and evaluate what other experts have to say. And we certainly feel honored that she agreed to grace the occasion as our guest of honor. Thank you. About very dear friend and great friend of India, Ambassador Eric Nihe, I can say that after having listened to him so many times about India, I came to the conclusion that he knows much more about India than I do. We'll certainly enjoy listening to him. Well, my party colleague and friend, Thijs Ruijten, is the current member of the European Parliament, specialist on foreign affairs, and hopefully he will be our contact with the European Union to enhance Indo-EU relationship. Thanks for being here. Our National Commissioner Against Racism and Discrimination, Mr. Rabin Baldev Singh, will join us around 2:30 because he was in another meeting now. And Senate member Aarti Ramsudit is on her way from Brussels to this conference, so she will also join us later. Some of you might be thinking, why are we celebrating 75 years of Indian democracy in 2024, while India became independent in 1947? The reason is that Constitution of India was adopted in 1949. That led to the formation of the parliamentary democracy in India, of which we are all proud, being the largest democracy in the world. We will hear a lot from the experts about the achievements of past 75 years and the ambitions of India for the next 25 years. But as a think tank, we cannot just celebrate what has been achieved up to now. We will also evaluate whether India has been able to explore its full potential in the last more than 7 decades. There is always room for improvement, and we can always learn what could have been done better. I have no doubt about the fact that the target of becoming one of the top economies in the next 25 years will certainly be met. And that's a matter of pride for all of us who belong to India and all of those who love India. But I would be much more proud and happy if India does not only become a 15 trillion, 18 trillion, or 20 trillion economy, but also scores high on some other parameters like happiness index, wealth disparity index, freedom of press index, and when no one would dare to put a question mark on the secular credentials of India. Though I admit that perfection remains only a wishful thinking, but our target should remain that, to be as near as possible to the perfection. The ancient Indian philosophy that whole world is a family and the principle of nonviolence are becoming more and more relevant in the current global situation. The world can learn from India never to shun the route of dialogue, even with your adversaries. Because of my Indian roots, I am very much concerned about the current situation when I see our political leaders here in the West are not in a mood to talk, but are rather feeling proud of counting the casualties on the opposite side, as if we are not concerned about the human sufferings on both sides. I think that's quite important message. Just because we are not paying any price in human lives ourselves, we should not shun the path of dialogue. It's always the most important in relations between humans, between nations, countries, everywhere. Let's not forget, and please mark my words, that Europe is now in conflict with Soviet Union or Russia, but we cannot forget that that country lost 26 million lives in the World War. They did not surrender. And I am not thinking that that will happen soon, even if they lose another 500,000. So we have to keep that in mind and follow the paths of peace and dialogue. I know this message may not be acceptable to all in the current situation. I understand that. Even when the highly respected Pope talked about having courage to talk about peace, he was severely criticized. Though I admit that he was not very diplomatic in his message, but cry for peace came certainly from his heart. And today we are in a situation, in an ambience that calls for peace. Sometime I think we should have been here during Easter, this conference, but still, I mean that message of peace must go out. Dialogue is needed with our opponents more than with our friends. India learned a lot from the West. In this regard, West can learn from the Indian approach. Friends, I have taken too much time already. Without having much knowledge about important issues, let's now hear from the experts, starting with our President Emeritus, and enjoy their speeches, presentations, and enrich our knowledge. My last request, as you came today on this working day, and that shows your commitment to the cause, I request you to fully participate and contribute to the discussions ahead. A few words of caution. We have two excellent masters of ceremony. They introduce shortly to you, Mr. Suman Kornhoff, Director of PR at FCCI, and our young talent, Ms. Ritika Mehra, the youngest person in our community who recently decorated with knighthood. They are both very nice, very polite, but they can be strict also. If the speakers do not observe the limit of allocated time, so to avoid any red flag, please do not consume the time reserved for other speakers. I wish you all enjoyable session ahead. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much for the wonderful and warm opening address. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in front of you, there's also a packet with a pen. You'll have the program of today along with the notes, the speakers that will be here on stage. As we mentioned, there are a few amendments, so please bear patience with us. There are also a few blank pages at the back for you to take notes in case you'd like to ask questions during the panel discussion, as the first part might inspire you. Additionally, we have a live online casting happening via YouTube. So if you feel that there are people who are not here today but should listen to what we have to say, or maybe they would like to listen back to it at a later moment, there's always that opportunity. Indeed, myself and Sumananti are going to be very strict with the time. So moving things along, I would like to please call our first speaker on stage, Mr. Ram Lakina. He's President Emeritus of FCCI, and he will be giving a theme presentation on India's Republic at 75, the achievements and the vision for 2050. Please.
Mr. President, fellow speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to have this opportunity to greet each one of you and share with you my thoughts on 75 years of India's Republic, its achievements, and our vision for the year 2050. This subject is very close to my heart because it is coterminous with my own development as a person. I was a young member of the school parliament on 26th of January 1950 when India became a republic. This is a momentous day, not only in the history of India, but also in the history of the world, because India's freedom acted as a trigger for the emancipation of Asia and Africa. India has come a very long way since then. A lot of developments have taken place, positive and negative. It is not possible for me, in a short span of time which has been allocated for this task, to count all the achievements of India. One would ask, why talk about achievements for this particular audience of Indian origin, which is fairly knowledgeable about India and its activities? I believe one needs to talk about achievements because it gives you a sense of your capacity to grow, your capacity to achieve, and it gives you a sense of confidence on what you have already achieved. Therefore, I will focus my attention on those achievements which are momentous in character, which have transformational effect on the lives of the people in India and who have also affected people outside India. Because of limitation of time, one will be able to speak only about few of them. The foremost achievement of India during the last 75 years was the introduction and sustaining of democracy in India. When India became free, there was abject poverty, huge illiteracy, life expectancy was very low, only 17 years, literacy was only 23%. The country was divided into lot of bases, caste, creed, color, and so on. Under those circumstances, to introduce democracy, to introduce rule of law, and expect to succeed was an article of faith. It was an article of faith on the part of Indian leadership, and they have proved to be right. There were many thinkers at that time, including Sir Winston Churchill, the then Prime Minister of UK, who said, India will never sustain as a country and it will never be able to work as a democracy. He has been proved utterly wrong. Democracy has survived in India for last 75 years. It is noisy, it is flourishing, and it is functioning. To organize elections, which India is doing at the moment for the Indian Parliament, for 970 million people, one has to think hard to be able to imagine the democratic choice at a scale 970 million people. So the election today in India is a festival of democracy. It is a festival of choice, and India is celebrating it. The next achievement I like to speak about is the food security for the people of India. When India became independent, food grains were in short supply. They were not equal to the needs of the people. That is because the British government, which was then ruling India, their policy was to concentrate on cash crops to feed the factories of UK. And not enough, and that is why there were a number of famines in India during the British rule. An independent India, a democratic India, could not let that happen again. And therefore, concerted efforts were made to revitalize the Indian agriculture. A green revolution was introduced. A white revolution in the form of milk production was introduced. A blue revolution in the form of fisheries was introduced. And as a result of all that, food grain production has multiplied from 51 million tons at that time to 329 tons now. So India has not only taken care that its population has not been hungry, has adequate supply of food, but is now in a position to export food, is now in a position to give food for helping needy countries like Afghanistan. It has built up huge stocks for the rainy day for its own people, and as most of you know, for the last few years, Indian government has been providing for 800 million Indians 5 kilos of grain per person per month to everybody, which is again a very staggering kind of achievement, and this will continue for the next 5 years. I now come to the size of the economy. As I mentioned earlier, when India became free, it was abjectly poor. The parameters of development were very low. The growth of the country was about 1% per year, whereas population was increasing by 2% per year. That means if nothing important was done in time, the people will become poorer and poorer and poorer. But as a result of the efforts of the independent country, situation over the years have changed dramatically. Today, as you know, India is already the 5th largest economy in the world. It is the major economy which is growing at the maximum rate of growth. It is abundantly clear that in the next 5 years, Indian economy will become the 3rd largest in the world. Today, India's GDP is 3.6 trillion US dollars. We expected, a lot of thinkers and economists in the world, not only in India but outside India think so, that by the year 2050, the size of the Indian economy will be $30 trillion, which gives a per capita ratio of $21,000 per person, compared to roughly $2,000 or $2,100 per person at the moment. So not only the total size of the economy will increase, but per capita income for 140, that's a staggering kind of number for them to reach that level where they will be self-sustaining, where they will all have a decent standard of living. That is the scenario which is emerging clearly. These are not my views, these are views shared very widely, not only by individual economists, but most of the financial world institutions as well. As a result of that, the infrastructure, both physical and social, will multiply hugely. As you can already know, at the moment, highways are expanding, rails are expanding, airports are increasing, and a lot of these things are happening to give people a very decent future to look into it. One could speak a lot more on this point, but again, due to limitations of time, I will move on. The next achievement, which is worthy of note, is in the field of science and technology. Again, India has made enormous progress in this field. It opened up new institutes of higher learning, which have multiplied over the last 75 years. As a result of that, India already holds today second largest pool of highly trained, educated, skilled manpower in the world. It is doing groundbreaking research in this field. And as it is widely known, India has put its crafts on Mars and Moon. On Moon, as a fact, on Mars it has explored, but it was the only country in the world which managed to reach the Mars in the first attempt. So in this field, a lot of work is being done. India is producing satellites, not only for its own use, but for the use of others. So again, in this field, it's a progress which we can be proud of. The next area I like to bring to your attention is information and communications. When I was a young boy and I wanted to have a telephone at home, I was told it will take about 10 years before I could get a telephone connection. And in fact, I deposited 1,000 rupees towards that direction. Until today, I have neither received 1,000 rupees back nor the telephone that was related to that policy. But in the meantime today, India has 1 billion smartphones in the world. 1 billion smartphones are there. India has 940 million internet connections at the moment. And India is already the second largest telephone network in the world. So I think the conclusion is obvious before I emphasizing it too much. An area which I like to put before you is a very unique phenomenon for India, that is the Indian diaspora. Many countries are sending their people abroad, but India's case is special, a very special one. At the moment, there are more than 35 million people of Indian origin living outside India. Many of them are very highly placed. When I use the word highly placed, very, very highly placed, to the level of being a prime minister, being a president, being a member of parliament, being heads of companies, drawing salaries going into millions of dollars per year, and the amount of wealth they are able to collect and accumulate is again of a very high magnitude. That gives India a very special asset, a very important national asset, to be able to play a very active role on the world stage. So ladies and gentlemen, as a result of all these features which I have described, India is being recognized more and more on the global world stage as an important player. Because of the size of its economy, like described before, the size of its diaspora, the placement of diaspora, the robust diplomatic policies, the leadership of Global South. For all these reasons, India's standing as a global player on the world scene is increasing very much, and all of us, people of Indian origin, have reasons to be happy and have reasons to be proud of it. Until now, ladies and gentlemen, I have been describing to you the achievements of India. But there is a second part of the subject which I have been asked to speak on, that is our vision for the year 2050. I will, please say a little loudly. Hanji? Yeah? Break? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
as I said earlier, our ambassador was supposed to be here and it was scheduled properly. Mr. Jinsei Matam had other obligations and he has to go there also. So this is not normal what we are doing, but I am requesting Lakhina ji to just hold the seat for a while, and we request Mr. Matam, you can invite him.
Indeed, so Ramanka, we will continue your thoughts in the next part in a moment. I would like to invite the Deputy Chief of Mission from the Embassy of India, Mr. Gins Matham, to do the inaugural address, please.
Thank you. First of all, apologies for this arrangement. There was some situation, like the President, Mr. Singh, mentioned. Ambassador was really looking forward to be here, but quite an unforeseen situation developed, so she is currently in India. So she has specifically asked me to represent her here today, and she has requested me to convey her warmest greetings to all of you. She was really looking forward to be here, and she has asked me to share her thoughts, the speech that she had prepared to deliver here on this occasion, and share that with all of you. So please allow me to read out her message. Distinguished guests, members of Parliament, ambassadors, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start with a word of appreciation for the organizers for inviting me to this event. I was looking forward to attending. However, due to an unforeseen development, I have to be in India presently. Nevertheless, I am delighted to share my thoughts with all of you at today's event organized by the Foundation for Critical Choices for India and FIDE to celebrate 75 years of the founding of the Republic of India. I congratulate the organizers for bringing all of us together to deliberate and reflect on the course taken by India and the path in front of us. I am glad to see that important personalities from various walks of life have joined us today. As always, FCCI and FIDE have chosen a timely topic. India is going through a very important phase in its national growth and development. As you know, the largest democratic exercise in the world is being celebrated in India at the moment. Close to 1 billion people are exercising their constitutional right to vote in order to elect their representatives in an endeavor spanning over 1 month. While the entire process can be mind-boggling in itself for many, it is important to note that people's issues are being discussed vigorously and vociferously at the ground level. Everyone wants his or her vision for India to be incorporated into the future direction that the country will take. That is democracy at its finest. Today's India is a land of optimism and positivity. The numbers speak for themselves, as Mr. Lakhina just mentioned a while back. Be it in economy, education, digitalization, or human development parameters. People are eager to raise the living standards in the country. A benevolent impatience is perceptible all across to build a developed nation in order to ensure that the fruits of prosperity reaches each and every citizen of the country. Drawing from the roots of the history and culture, we are exploring all avenues presented by modernity towards this goal. While the people in India are conscious about their role in this noble undertaking, the part played by India's diaspora is increasingly being recognized and appreciated. This is evident from the fact that Government of India consistently engages with the extremely resourceful and imaginative people of Indian origin living beyond its borders. This engagement has been taking place in a well-structured manner since 2003 in the form of Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. Over the years, India has been inviting ideas from the Indian diaspora through this platform, whereby it leverages their experiences and draw upon their expertise. In this context, today's event becomes eminently opportune. As we know, the Netherlands has the largest Indian diaspora in European Union. Their presence is visible in various areas of not just bilateral importance, but increasingly in the social milieu of the Dutch society. Today, I want to highlight 3 areas of encouraging developments in the profile of Indian diaspora in the Netherlands. While I reflect on those, I also want to underscore the potential directions in which they can nudge the overall development of the bilateral cooperation between India and the Netherlands. First of all, the academic realm. You are well aware that the Netherlands is a highly evolved knowledge society. It maintains its edge in a large number of areas through the knowledge and expertise that it accumulated over a long period of time by way of focused investment. It's always difficult to add value to such a mature knowledge ecosystem. Despite this high entry barrier, it is highly inspiring to see that around 200 members of the Indian origin community have entered the Dutch academic community as professors and assistant professors. To top it all, a distinguished member of our community, Professor Vinod Subramaniam, I'm not sure whether he is here today, I don't think, has scaled the leadership level as the president of one of the leading technical universities, the University of Twente. Similarly, another admirable feat was achieved by Professor Joyita Gupta by winning the prestigious Spinoza Prize, referred to as the Nobel Prize of the Netherlands. While these are rather well-known examples, there are numerous others who are researching and working at the cutting edge of science and technology. Many of them are amongst us today. The second aspect is with regard to the tech community. When you purchase anything at Albert Heijn, when you make a banking transaction through IBN, ABN, or ING, or ABN, or Rabobank, when you make a phone call or access internet services using KPN, there is a good possibility that the technology powering these are enabled by an Indian information technology company. Today, the ASML machines that are used to fabricate the most advanced semiconductor nodes carry a definitive imprint of Indian intellectual capital. Almost 20% of the employees of ASML is of Indian origin. That is the largest community after the Dutch employees. The case is not different in NXP, Philips, and numerous other Dutch tech leaders. With the recent investment intervention by the Dutch government to maintain the competitive edge of its high-tech industry, the contributions by India and Indian diaspora talents are expected to significantly increase in future. Thirdly, the cultural part. A natural corollary to the growing profile of India is the increasing curiosity about things Indian and its way of life. Enhancing awareness about Indian culture among the host societies plays a crucial role in sustaining ongoing people-to-people exchanges in other areas. Oftentimes neglected, in reality, the importance of culture cannot be overstated. It's the lubricant that smoothens misunderstandings and frictions, ensuring empathy and seamless interactions. An encouraging trend among the Indian diaspora in the Netherlands is its readiness to welcome the host community to its cultural world by organizing various activities around the year. Through dance, music, culinary delights, the diaspora community demystifies Indian culture for the Dutch. To share some statistics, the embassy was invited to more than 10 Diwali celebrations last year. Similarly, festivals like Durga Puja, Holi, Pongal, Sankranti, and numerous others were celebrated with fervor in various parts of the Netherlands. In many ways, it ably complements and helps embassy's own mandate. Last year, for example, with the help of the diaspora, we could introduce yoga to the Dutch by organizing International Day of Yoga in more than 10 cities in the Netherlands. These are evident trends in the evolution of the Indian diaspora in the Netherlands of the past decade or so. I would now like to present my thoughts on how these trends position themselves in the context of India's growth story in the next 25 years and how they can act as the catalyst for further growth in our bilateral ties. In order to elaborate, let me use one of the important frameworks that Government of India has formulated for its external engagement. It's called the 3 T's framework. That is technology, trade, and tourism. With appropriate localization to the India-Netherlands context, this framework can act as a useful paradigm for us to look at the role that can be played by the diaspora here. When we look at the needs of the Indian Republic in the coming 25 years, especially as we try to make it a developed country, we cannot emphasize enough the importance of technology. The transformational nature of technology is quite well known. In India, in contemporary times, this is a lived reality. The people of India boldly and readily embrace new technologies, even when they can be disruptive initially. Be it our financial payment system or various other public and private service delivery systems, we see this all around. In order to ensure stability and prosperity in the coming years, India will need to adopt more and more technologies and in a fast manner. In this context, the advantageous position held by Indian diaspora in the Netherlands is definitely an asset. This is particularly true in the case of emerging technologies like green hydrogen, advanced semiconductors, artificial intelligence, and quantum technologies. While academic research by Indian diaspora takes place elsewhere in the world as well, the community in the Netherlands has something more to contribute. This is the learning that they acquired through operating in the highly collaborative Dutch way of academic exchanges. The way the Dutch universities and academia seamlessly interact with and contribute to various sections of the society like industry, government, and the wider society is something that can be emulated. In this manner, they are able to ensure that knowledge creation is directly contributing to overall development and prosperity within the society. I strongly believe that India can learn from these appreciable traits. In addition, the networks that our academicians here have will be useful in introducing new technologies appropriate in the Indian context. Secondly, the topic of trade. In the Dutch context, I would like to interpret this topic more in terms of entrepreneurship and innovation. By now, many of you might have already realized the strength of the Dutch commercial system, its high competence in logistics, and by extension in supply chain management. Many in our diaspora, particularly those in the IT consultancy services, are contributing to this robust system. There are lessons to be learned. even when we say that the Netherlands is the largest trading partner for India in Europe, in terms of number of actors, we are way below the true potential. The experience that has been acquired by our diaspora, especially the ones in the tech consultancy sector, can be very powerful in building new entrepreneurial bridges between India and the Netherlands. Similar is the case with innovation, both as technology consultants and maybe to a greater extent as academics. Many of you are part of this innovation ecosystem in the Netherlands and in India. India provides an excellent opportunity for Dutch startups as a scale-up partner, while many of the startups in India can benefit from technology collaborations in the Netherlands. You all can play an important part in this area. Lastly, the tourism sector. If we want to bring India to the world, to position itself with its strengths and opportunities, we need to bring world to India. To do this, the first step is to drop the seed of curiosity about India. In this aspect, the diaspora in the Netherlands is really well placed through organizing themselves culturally, holding various events and welcoming the Dutch community to these events. The next obvious step is to invite them to go to India and explore for themselves. Such trips will open up new avenues for both of us, most importantly in the two areas that I mentioned earlier. To summarize, it will not be unreasonable to conclude that the evolution of the Indian diaspora in the Netherlands is in a very positive direction, opening up a plethora of new and exciting possibilities and opportunities for both countries. It is also clear that when India celebrates 100 years of its republic, there can be and there should be a unique role that the Indian diaspora in the Netherlands can and should play. I am confident that today's deliberations will contribute in that direction. I once again congratulate the FCCI and FIDE teams for organizing these events. I also want to register my appreciation for the efforts in raising the quality and content of discussions relating to India throughout my tenure as the Ambassador of India to the Netherlands. They have contributed to the India-Netherlands discourse. I'm sure that FCCI and FIDE will continue with these efforts in future as well. I wish you all a productive session. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Matham. And to continue the program, may I please ask Mr. Ramlakina to continue and talk about the vision of India.
That depends on you, how many minutes you want to give me.
Would you be able to summarize your thoughts in 5 minutes?
Little louder.
Will you be able to summarize your thoughts in about 5-6 minutes?
Well, I'll tailor it accordingly.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the diplomatic break, we continue with the story which I was telling you. In the beginning of my remarks, I mentioned that the story of 75 years of India's Republic is coterminous with my own life. Over these years, I had the rare honor of interacting with the architects of Indian Republic. First President of India, first Prime Minister of India, and subsequently about 20 presidents and prime ministers of India. So therefore, the ideas which I'm sharing with you have developed over a period of time, are based on my interaction with them in the places where the Indian Republic was being developed and governed. That means the Lok Sabha, that means the Rashtrapati Bhavan, the President's House, the Prime Minister's office. All this is being mentioned only as a background so that you can appreciate the facts which I am presenting. I have been told to cover up everything within the next 10 minutes, which I am going to endeavor to do. The second part of the presentation is Vision 2050. Where would India be in that year in relation to now? I like to present it in two parts. A realistic vision, something which is most likely to happen, which most of you can count on, and aspirational vision. That is my vision. That is my vision of Foundation for Critical Choices for India, and that can, if you share, can become the vision of Indian diaspora. So firstly, the realistic vision. One, that in the year 2050, India will be a developed country. No question about it. Poverty would have been totally eliminated out of India. 250 million Indians have already been lifted out of poverty, except for stray cases here and there will be no poverty to speak about in India in the year 2050, with a per capita income of $21,000 per person. That means the social and physical infrastructure will be highly developed in terms of healthcare facilities, educational facilities, infrastructure facilities. In all those ways, it will be a developed country, and people of India will be enjoying a comfortable standard of living. Second thing which will happen is a new sense of confidence will come. When India became a republic, it was poor, there were a lot of problems to overcome, and the people were not sure of themselves, whether they can overcome all these problems and succeed. Today, and in the next 25 years, India will be a very confident country. It's no longer a question of can we do it? It is a question of we can do it. There is no question about it. And that is not only a matter of speaking in terms of paraphrasing what I'm saying, confidence building. It gives you enormous energy to do bigger things in life. So that thing, again, in very brief, is going to happen. Third thing, which will again be a colossal success, is the presence of Indian diaspora and its future. I already spoke briefly about it, but imagine Indians drawing salaries of the highest order in the world. That means compared to everybody sitting and working in those countries, whether it is USA and elsewhere, the amount of capital they are accumulating, the amount of relations they are building, the capacity for investment they have having, and ultimately the diplomatic political power which they will have, which has been demonstrated number of times. It has been demonstrated in USA in case of nuclear deal. It has been demonstrated elsewhere. Recently you have seen whenever there are cases of international terrorism here and there, and some Indians are stuck up by accident there, the country is able to prevail upon in a very nice, friendly way. This is just by way of an example. It is not central to my thesis. This thesis is Indian diaspora will be a powerful force, powerful in itself, powerful for the many countries in which they are living, and very resourceful and powerful for India in taking India to a higher path. That will mean India's global standing will improve greatly in the world. As a player on the international scene, as a participant in international organization, as a problem solver, as a consensus builder, and things of this kind. Now, these are areas which most of them are likely to happen. Some of them are surely to happen. That India being a developed country is a sure thing. Other things will succeed in various degrees. And now I come to aspirational effect of it. Aspirationally, we don't want India to be a developed country. We want India to be a great country, a great nation. Now, there is a difference between a developed country, a developed nation, and a great nation. Civilization means broadening and deepening of human concern. India's concern will broaden and deepen for others. Already, as a result of all that I have described in the first part, there is beginning of Indian civilizational values coming up. A value of treating the world as a family. The value of solving problems through peaceful means. A value of opening, respecting the environment. And a value of wishing well for everybody. These are values which are worthy of cherishing. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commit ourselves today to wish India a great nation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lakina. Let's move the program along a little bit. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Thijs Ruitse, the member of the European Parliament for the Netherlands. If I may ask you to please address the audience on your topic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, good afternoon, namaskar. It's an honor to be here with you to celebrate 75 years of the Indian Republic. Congratulations, and thanks to FCCI and FIDE for the invitation. With great interest, I have listened to previous speakers, to the Deputy Ambassador of India to the Netherlands, and everything we heard just now about the development also of the relationship between India and the Netherlands and Europe over the last few years. But of course also in the many, many years before. And these historical ties between the Netherlands and India have always intrigued me. Indians who have moved to the Netherlands often tell me that they are surprised how similar some Dutch words sound to, for example, Hindi speakers. The word for name, naam, is the same. But also the vast contribution of Indians, not only in the Netherlands, but throughout the world in terms of culture, in terms of development, in terms of also the innovation, which was mentioned before. As a Dutch member of the European Parliament and member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I've been dealing mainly in the past years in the European Parliament with relations with our direct neighborhood in the European Union, the Western Balkan integration, support of Ukraine against Russia's unprovoked aggression, defending democracy outside Europe, but also in Europe, unfortunately, human rights, upholding international law, also avoiding double standards. But today, I'm here to speak about the long and important relationship between India and the European Union. We live in a time when the world is increasingly connected and where collaboration is becoming of the essence. A prime example of this collaboration, in my view, is the IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, a transformative initiative that promises to reinforce trade and connectivity between regions. Let me underscore that the partnership with India is one of the immense significance, as India, with its vibrant economy and strategic position, plays a pivotal role in this corridor. And in this regard, the EU and India are setting a benchmark for international cooperation and achieving together global progress, a development we have to cherish and encourage. As was said before, India at the moment is the 5th largest economy, but very soon is on track to become the 3rd largest. India's robust economic policies, technological advancements, and the young dynamic workforce will drive this growth. And as India continues on this path, it has also become a crucial player in global governance, participating actively and prominently in international fora. The collaboration between India and the EU is instrumental in driving growth, leveraging our combined strengths in technology, trade and education, but also addressing together global challenges such as climate change and equal distribution of wealth and economic prosperity. Through initiatives like the EU and the India strategic partnerships, we are witnessing an exchange of knowledge and resources that can benefit both sides. Even in terms of people-to-people contact, we have now a lot of Indian companies in Europe and also a lot of Indians working in European companies. The European Union is committed to strengthen these ties with India and to address these shared challenges, but also to embrace the shared values of democracy, freedom and rule of law. Both the EU and India will have elections this year. In India, you have completed 6 out of 7 phases, I believe, and we'll soon know the results. In the Netherlands, we will vote for a new European Parliament on the 6th of June, so in less than 2 weeks. And this is not at the scale of India, but still 27 EU member states will have elections involving 375 million eligible voters. India's elections, of course, are of a far larger scale, and this alone shows what a how difficult it is to administer that and to organize that. As India continues to develop, its democratic institutions will play a vital role in ensuring this sustainable growth. The commitment to democratic governance ensures that economic progress does not come at the cost of social injustice and equity. And the exact same goes for the European Union, where growth goes hand in hand with social responsibility. We cannot make progress if we leave citizens behind. Economic development should benefit everyone, should benefit the community, not just a select few. And this shared commitment to diversity enriches both our societies. This shared commitment and common threat to democracy and addressing the common threat to democracy strengthens our bond, making it possible to address these global challenges with a united front. Finally, I want to highlight arguably the most important part of my speech. And I want to express my appreciation for the contribution that you, the Indian community, makes in the Netherlands. We are lucky to have so many inhabitants of Indian origin in our country living in bigger cities as Rotterdam and The Hague, but also in Amstelveen and Eindhoven. This community, particularly those working in the IT sector, plays a crucial role in driving innovation, technological advancement in the Netherlands. But it's not just the tech or the business. Diwali celebrations, as was mentioned by the deputy ambassadors, Bollywood festivals are becoming common in the cities and also attract people without Indian origins. And even the older connection through the Hindustani and the Suriname communities have been very successful in sharing their passion for sports, music, food, and enriching our society. And I want to say that we see around us in our country these days some different narratives. You might hear some negative or disheartening even narratives from a very loud minority in our country these days. You might hear even racist comments. But let me tell you that this is not representing us. And And to protect our shared values, on June 6, you also need to go and vote and participate. Because whatever people are saying around us in this country, enriching our society with new people, with new ideas, with fresh ideas, has been going on for centuries, for more than 400 years. And let me tell you, it will go on for the next 400 years, whatever these people say. Because these contributions of people who come here, who build up their lives, who cherish their families, who build their future in this country, are essential to growth, but also to enriching our country every time again. So I want to tell you and insist, and I know that it's not necessary because you are a proud community, but be proud of what you bring to this country, what you bring in terms of culture, in terms of your contribution to this country. Because otherwise, if you listen too much to the newspapers and to the television these days in the Netherlands, you might think that we are on a different track. We are not. This is what we are, a diverse country where differences are appreciated and celebrated. I am the number 6 on the list of my party, GroenLinks PvdA. I hope to be re-elected as member of the European Parliament, but please make use of your democratic right if you are eligible to vote here and make your voice heard. Let us continue to build bridges between our countries and strengthen our communities in the Netherlands and in the European Union, and also appreciate these cultural richness, the differences that will ultimately make us stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rutte. I heard the subtle message as well. We must go and vote on the 6th of June, and we must try and vote for you. The next speaker on stage, they're very prominent and eminent, Mr. Eric Ney, the former ambassador of the Netherlands to India. He'll be addressing us today on India's transition towards a developed country, the possibilities as well as the challenges. Sir, the podium's all yours.
As many of you know, I always have to put the microphone a bit higher because we Dutch, as you know, we Dutch are the tallest people in the world now. Formerly it was the Norwegians, now it's us. And there's a very simple reason for that. Half of our country is below sea level. If a dike breaks down, we have to be able to survive and put our nose above the water. Okay. A disappointment I have to make. I have prepared what I'm going to say and show you without use of artificial intelligence and not ChatGPT. It's just the normal old-fashioned way that I've done it with a PowerPoint presentation. That was the title I was given, and I will try and stay within 10 minutes in order to enlighten a little bit on the theme that was given to me. Now, this has been covered already. One of the things I would like to say always is that India is 80 times larger in area than the Netherlands, and also 80 times larger in population. So that gives an indication of how densely populated India is as well. On the other hand, it has more than twice the population of the European Union. For a developed country status, because we talk about two things, the economy and the fact that, and as Mr. Lakina has already indicated, also a developed country. And for a developed country status, the UN says you need two things: a strong economy and achievements in 3 basic dimensions of human development. The one is a long and healthy life, access to knowledge, education, and a decent standard of living. I'm going to elaborate a little bit on those as well. But first of all, my beloved 4 Ds of India: demography, diversity, And then one, in total, I have lived 7 years in India. In the 80s, I was 3 years in India, and then I came back in this century for 4 years as ambassador. And that's the first time the 4D was not there, but now it is. Dynamism. The demography, we have talked about it, and Mr. Akina touched on it as well. Rich human capital. Although only 10% is speaking English, that still means that you have 150 million people who speak English. So if you want to do business in India, you can definitely do it in the English language. A young population, 52% still under the 25, and I think it's 65 under 35 years. That can be, as many people say, a demographic dividend, but it can also be a demographic problem, because you have to find jobs, to create jobs for all the youngsters, 1 million a year, who come into the labor market. Poverty is much declined. I think Mr. Akina mentioned that also. And then the Indian diaspora, the number of, 32 million was mentioned, but it is divided in the non-resident Indians, 18 million, and the persons of Indian origin, 14 million. And in 2023, the staggering amount of money that they have transferred to India was $125 billion. Incredible. Indian diaspora in the world, keeping its relations with their home country and their home families. Democracy, very much the largest democracy in the world, functioning judiciary at the highest level. Multiple media, I still have on my computer at home, The Hindu, NDTV, as well as Tehelka. So. Anyhow, so you keep posters in that way. And a lively civil society. I don't know how many actually civil society, NGOs, etc. exist in India, but they are an enormous number, which is an indication of the liveliness of, indeed, the society. This is a picture not of this election, but it was the former election, and this, I think, is India in its best, on its best. You have the white thing you see there is the electronic voting machine. Nothing with a red pencil or something like that. No, the electronic voting machine, and it is brought in the most traditional way to a far away small village for taking part in the election on the elephant with the guards on it in order to indeed protect the electronic voting machine. I like that picture very, very much indeed. Diversity. No, I think community, no population, no people, no country is as complex as India is. It's a federation, and the states have very much their own rules. For instance, in education, so it's rather complicated from the federal level to get your educational ideas trickled down to the rural area in Uttar Pradesh or whatever you mean. 18 official languages. I think not many people know, but in the Indian Parliament, the simultaneous translation is out of as many languages as we have in the European Parliament. So there you have something which they have very much similar. All the 5 religions. And then there is risk of social unrest and political tension, but don't forget, India is a subcontinent, and when you look at the European Union, and then you can have many, many instances indeed of also possibilities of indeed social unrest and political tension. The dynamism. Now, very much India, it was mentioned before, very much globally connected. The G20 chairmanship of India this year was absolutely an astounding success. And there you see how much the stature of India has already grown in the world itself. A spokesperson for the global south, as these days is being mentioned, definitely is very well to be done by India itself. And then cultural, who was the one who was promoting tourism, but I think he has left already. Tourism, here you have the festivals, and very much Bollywood. You don't have even to go to India for Bollywood, but you can have your Bollywood here as well. And then, Mr. Akina, you mentioned three revolutions. I have 4. The one is white, which is milk. The green is the agriculture. Blue, Mr. Akina made fisheries of it. I make it the space technology that India has, the Mars and the moon. And gray is the IT. So these 4 resolutions have and are still very much, I think, defining India at the moment. And these 4 revolutions, to my opinion, give a great confidence in the sense that India can have the next revolution as well, which is what I mentioned, AT, ChatGPT, and go on. Then dynamism, the second one, startups. Incredible, 117,000 startups in India, and 111. Not all fail, but not all succeed either. But, sorry, yeah. But you have 111 unicorns, which means that you have value of more than $1 billion. Incredible, in a country like India. And the areas in which they are active, e-commerce, healthcare, diagnostics, logistics, fintech, marketing, education, and gaming. Then artificial intelligence, and there are investments in India that are very much aware of what's happening in the world. Investment in health, security, climate change, personalized education, improved accessibility, space exploration, and in agriculture. And in the artificial intelligence, you have 6,000 startups in India who are active in that. It's an incredible dynamism. Okay, the economy growing in 1991, it was started with the liberalization, definitely the start of the growth of India. It's now, it has been mentioned, the largest high-growth market economy, more than 7% since 2000 growth, 5th economy in the world. It will be the 3rd in a couple of years. There is many problems, but one of the problems is that the growth is concentrated in a number of states. You have the south and the west, which is richer than the north and the east. And so this is another disparity in India itself, which in one way or another you have to address as a government and also as state governments. The demonetization in November 2016, one day or the other, the 50 and the 100 billions of Indian currency lost their value. My wife always said they should have given us 2 or 3 weeks, then we could have spent all that money in an enormous way in the economy. But this was not possible this time now. But that would have helped in countering, indeed, black money as well. And then the GST, which is an enormous achievement. We have it in Europe, the goods and services tax, and that definitely has contributed to India being a single market. Before, I used to say, when I was in Delhi living, that when I wanted to have my Kingfisher from Mumbai to Delhi, my beer, that was an enormous complicated affair, much more than when I would like to have my Heineken from Amsterdam to Rome. But now I think that is very, very much corrected. Now, then the Indian growth potential, the labor cost still, possibility to catch up, larger and longer labor force. But, and that was mentioned also, the skills. In the present day, in the 21st century, you need different skills because the IT is much further, artificial intelligence is much further, ChatGPT is there. And so I think in vocational training in India, definitely room to emphasize the skills that you need in the present time. And good work ethics, definitely true. Prime Minister Modi flagship programs, Make in India, the more you produce domestically with a growing middle class, which there definitely is, the better it is for the Indian economy. And then you have another invest, digital, smart cities, powerful startup, Clean Ganga. Some of those flagship programs are actually being realized now. Then it was mentioned, India already super connected, 1.3 mobile phones, of which many smartphones. And Mr. Akina mentioned, I think, the number of, that was 900 million smartphones, and the rest is a normal mobile phone. Per month, they are selling 5 million SIM cards in India. Absolutely incredible, 21st century. Possibilities. India, service factory. Formerly, it was the back office of the world. Now it can be a doctor. You have many very good educated doctors. Then, of course, the pharmacy, florist, which for the Dutch is very important. I had my roses when I was living in India. They came from Bangalore. or even better quality than when I get them in the Netherlands. And here you have the manufacturers of the world, one of the things I think India needs in order to create more jobs. Then, for the developed country, India achieved remarkable progress from 1990 till 2020. It went up in the Human Development Index from 0.434 to 0.644, which is more or less, say, no, not yet 50%, but almost 60%. Life expectancy at birth plus 9.1 years, expected years of schooling plus 4.6, still a lot to cover, but anyhow it's there. And India is now at number 134 out of 193 countries. But definitely, if you have a vision of 2050, India will definitely be much higher in these figures. And it is now in the medium human development category, and then it will definitely be in the high human development category. Challenges are very much there. Bureaucracy, complexity, everything is complex. Tax evasion, much less than before, because all the many people now have an own bank account and the telephone, and they get their money straight from the source to them. Physical infrastructure, enormous progress made. The Bangalore airport, New Delhi roads in Mumbai, also, but still, since it is an enormous country, a lot to be done. Here, this also has to be covered. Second one, agriculture. For me, one of the big problems that India has to face is the water. The groundwater level is declining. In the IT and in all the artificial intelligence activities, they need an enormous amount of water. We do not realize that, but they do. So definitely that's something, and you know, about water, the Netherlands knows a lot, so there I think we have a chance to work together with India and see what we can do in order to solve this problem. Healthcare, it's one side you have an enormous good healthcare, other side you have still a challenge in order to bring it further in the rural areas. Education, idem dito. Product quality, standard quality. Luckily enough, the middle class in India wants to have a standard quality as well, so that's an internal element which plays a role here, and the cultural difference. But that we have to deal with. India's conclusion, 10 minutes. India is well on its way to developed country status. Economy-wise, it has made tremendous progress in human development also, but further challenges, and they are definitely being tackled. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nahi. This concludes the first part of our program. As promised, you have a break now. However, it will not be half an hour, it will be 20 minutes. So we will see you back in this room just before 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Test.
Please come in. Thank you.
Yeah, there is good.
It's Ladies and gentlemen, can you please take your seats? Thank you. Are there more coming? Okay, almost all. Yeah? Okay. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second part of the conference. I hope you had a good break, a little bit refreshed for the lively part of the interactive part of this conference. We will start with a theme presentation by one of our younger, talented FCCI colleagues, Subhadra. She will speak on harnessing the Indian diaspora's power and potential for the development vision of 2050. So may I welcome to the stage Subhadra. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. So, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, I will present the second theme of the day, which is an introduction to the panel discussion. Firstly, I would like to thank my colleagues, Hemant Misraji and Pramod Agarwalji, who has also contributed to this presentation. The theme is about harnessing the India diaspora's power and potential for India's development vision 2050. Through this presentation, we will explore the pivotal role the Indian diaspora can play in realizing India's development vision. So when we say Indian diaspora, we mean it includes all people from Indian origin living outside of India and all Indians also living outside of India, which includes NRIs and OCIs. This group holds immense potential globally, as the Indian diaspora is the biggest and most influential diaspora in the world. Today we will focus on the Indian diaspora mainly in the Netherlands and the EU, so Europe. And we will explore how this diaspora can be a driving force for India's development. The Indian diaspora's strength and the Indian diaspora embodies a unique blend of skills, pluralism, and collaboration. Their strength lies not only in the numbers, but in their ability to integrate and contribute to various fields simultaneously, enhancing India's global standing. Imagine the possibilities if we truly harness the power of the Indian diaspora. The opportunities lies in vast diaspora network and in areas such as entrepreneurship, innovation, trade and sustainable development, but also in sharing of expertise and skills by education and trainings. However, challenges like integration issues in the host country, lack of awareness of opportunities in India, and bureaucracy hurdles must be addressed. Our task is to navigate through these complexities and unlock the vast potential that lies within this network. The Indian diaspora has been instrumental in enhancing stronger ties between India, the Netherlands, and Suriname. Their contribution in culture, education, technology, and trade have been invaluable. Today, we seek to deepen these relationships further, asking ourselves how we can better engage and lobby for enhanced cooperation in these vital areas. Today, we have 5 topics that we will address in the panel discussion. We'll go through these 5 topics in 5 slides. So the first topic is the participation in policymaking. Consider the impact of the Indian diaspora's participation in policymaking in their host countries. Their unique perspectives and experiences can greatly influence bilateral relations. We must explore how to mobilize the Indian diaspora effectively, leveraging their decision-making power to strengthen the bond between India and their host nations. Questions that we can think about is how to mobilize the Indian diaspora in the Netherlands. What role can the Indian diaspora play in communities abroad? And what is the potential impact of Indian diaspora in the Netherlands and EU politics? The second topic is India's soft power. The Indian diaspora is a powerful ambassador of India's soft power. From films and spirituality to thought leadership and yoga, their influence spreads far and wide. This topic invites us to think about how we can amplify these efforts, advocating and lobbying positively for India on the global stage. The third topic is on maximizing the demographic dividend of India. That also Mr. Ramlekinaji and Mr. Nihe also rightly pointed out. India's youthful population is a significant asset, with 65% of Indians below the age of 35 and a labor force expected to reach 653 million by 2031, we stand on the brink of unprecedented growth. Europe, as we all know, has a declining working force. The EU Commission projects that working age population will shrink by 35 million by 2050 in the European Union. The Indian demographic dividend can be an answer to this problem. The diaspora's engagement can help enhance cooperation with Europe to utilize this demographic dividend. And the question is, how can such cooperation be further stimulated? The fourth topic addresses the digital transformation, which has also been addressed before. We are in the midst of a digital revolution. Technologies like AI, blockchain, and cloud computing are transforming industries. India can leapfrog into the future, and policymaking could be a tool to mitigate the global tech duopoly that USA and China currently have. And the question is, what role can the Indian diaspora play in this regard? The fifth and the last topic of the panel discussion is the agribusiness. Agribusiness presents a great opportunity for collaboration. From research and education to smart agriculture and crop diversification, the Indian diaspora can drive innovation and productivity. This topic challenges to think about how we can further engage the diaspora to foster cooperation, and boost agriculture development. Now, as we conclude this presentation, we turn to our esteemed panelists who we will welcome after this, and to delve deeper into these topics. Today's discussion will explore actionable strategies and answer the pressing questions we have raised. Thank you for your attention, and let's engage in a lively discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Subhadra, for a clear presentation. As somebody, a dear friend, once told me, when it comes to speaking, be bold, be brief, and be gone. That person is amongst us. So, next, as you can see, I would like to invite one by one this distinguished panel to come to the stage. So I will, of course, start with naming an absence. Dr. Arti Ramsudit won't be able to join us this afternoon. She had other engaging pressing commitments, and she won't be able to join us then. Then I'd like to call to stage Mr. Rabin Baldevsi. Please, would you please come and have a seat at the stage? Yes, thank you. He is a very well-known diaspora community leader, and of course, the national coordinator against discrimination and racism, also quite a heavyweight function. Then Mr. Daulat Ramlal, the first member of the Netherlands Parliament from the Indian diaspora, please. Then I'd like to call Professor Dr. Ajay Bailey. You are, yes, please. Chair of Social Urban Transitions, as you can read, Utrecht University, well known in the Indian community. Mr. Kalyan Guntuboyina, I just checked his surname, how to pronounce it. But again, please join us. He's an expert in the agribusiness, one of the topics of discussion. Okay. And then Mr. Ajay Gopi Krishnan, thank you, please. And then we have a panel of experts in the areas that we will talk about. Then I'd like to call finally the coordinator of the panel, Mr. Pramod Agarwal, our energetic and enthusiastic Vice President of Foundation for Critical Choices for India, and you could say the person who keeps us busy with exactly who has all the keys in his hand and all the ropes in his hand to coordinate. Thank you. It's up to you. Yes, of course.
Good. Thank you very much. First of all, let's give a big round of applause to Subhadraji for such a great presentation. Thank you for warming up the panel. Now it's 3:15. Can we run for an hour? 4:50? Yeah? Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So, the panel have been introduced already, so without going in much detail, the way we organize it, that every panelist will open with opening remarks, and there are two key questions to answer, because today is all about India's transition to be a developed nation, and in that transition, what is the role of Indian diaspora? How to harness the power and potential of Indian diaspora to realize that vision. Now, as Subhadraji rightly mentioned, that we are not talking about all areas of cooperation between India, Netherlands, and India and Europe, because otherwise it go too wide. We have a certain subject expertise, ICT, agribusiness, mobility, community, politics, for example. So we would highlight on that aspect. What I would encourage each of you to speak from your domain specificity. I would say 2 to 3 minutes time. And then we open the floor to the people. There are some simple rules. Please stand up, or if possible, introduce in a very short and ask a direct question. You may say you wanted to get answer from one of them. And we would go for a first round of question, and if time allows, we go to the second round of question. And just before 10 minutes, I would ask every panelist to wrap up again in a minute with what they have how their topic has evolved, which could give us more specific, concrete action points to tackle. So, should I start with the politics or with the IT? So, the floor is yours.
There are two topics on which I might focus a little bit because, looking at the slides you presented earlier, but I will not focus on one of them, and that is the relationship India, Suriname, and the Netherlands. Suriname is lost. So for me, it is lost. I don't think that there is, he might disagree with me, but that's okay. I don't have any hopes, in the leadership in Suriname to come with specific, concrete ideas and vision towards India. And, since you don't trigger India, India is a very vast country. I mean, focusing on, global politics and global developments. Suriname, with 600,000 inhabitants, it's not very interesting for a country like India on the political field, on the economic field. Cultural, it might have some interest because there are historic ties between us, but you have to develop a vision on that, and I don't see a vision being developed in Suriname. I don't see a vision being developed at the embassy, the Surinamese embassy to the Republic of India in Delhi, and I don't see a vision being developed even here in the Netherlands among the Surinamese diaspora community. So this is a critical point from my side, and I don't feel comfortable talking about this. So let's not focus on that. What I would like to focus on is indeed, there are two things which is very troublesome for me right now. One is, it's very good, that we're gathered here today to talk about the potential of India being a growing economy, heading towards world power, toward the second largest economy and all that, and being a powerful player also in the political field from the BRICS perspective. I think India has done a beautiful choice, not only committing itself only to the BRICS countries, but also enlarging the power of BRIC by recognizing other countries. So I think that is one thing. But from a Dutch perspective, I think it is very troublesome to realize that the attention the Netherlands, the Dutch politics has for India is very limited. It's very small. The Netherlands is really not interested in India. I'm very sorry to say that. Yeah, there is some business, of course. There is a strong Indian diaspora community. But let's face it, and let's be honest with this. The Netherlands is still very much committed with China than it is with India. And I think this is a challenge we have, and that challenge has to be taken, in my humble opinion, not from the political perspective, but from the business perspective. So what I would like to suggest today is indeed the FCCI could head towards accommodating a gathering, not with politicians. I don't think that the difference will be made from politicians, but let's try to bring the captains of industries of the Netherlands together and connect them with India, with the challenges and the development India is facing, and with, of course, the captains of industries in India itself. And I think that we can do that here in the Netherlands. Let's start first with the captains of industries here. I think when we can focus a little bit on, also from a European perspective, that might be very interesting, but that means that we have to create, and this is the second time I am focusing on it, and I'm mentioning it amongst you, I think what we need to do, Pramod ji, is to come to create an economic board, an Indian economic board, and that can be an economic board not only, accommodating restaurants and jewelry shops and roti shops and all that. No, I'm talking about really the captains of industries here in the Netherlands, to bring, to enhance a little bit that connection. So that is one thing I would like to do. And the second one, because you asked me to be very brief, and that is difficult for me because I'm always paid by words. So the words I utter, then my salary comes in. So I try to use lots of words, then I get more. It's just a rubbish joke. The second thing is, and I would like to make you aware of this. We are here in the Netherlands in the process of creating a new government. And it seems that the new government will be in place shortly, 5 weeks' time. Because there is an agreement, an hoofdlijnenakkoord. And this hoofdlijnenakkoord, this agreement, says one very nasty thing. I mean, obviously, the camera is on, but there are some challenges also for me as a government commissioner in the role of National Coordinator Against Discrimination and Racism. But, one thing which is troublesome is that what this government wants to do is to stop migration, but not only to stop migration, but to stop also knowledge migration. And this is something which affects India and the Indian community already here. And in the latest discussion which they have had is they want to stop the knowledge migration fully from outside the European Union. So that means, obviously there are experts on IT and all that here present on the stage, so I would like to hear also something from them, how they see this. This is really a challenge which we have to face and which we have to make the Dutch politics see that Indian knowledge migrants are not here to take places of others. They are fulfilling a very difficult job in the void which has been created by the job market, to bring the Netherlands forward. If you're talking about ISLM in Eindhoven, in Veldhoven, what will this mean for a company like ISLM? Because France is watching, and France is watching, and France will not come with a ban, as far as knowledge migration is concerned. So this is a topic I think, Pramod, we need to focus on, and don't take it for granted what the new parties are saying. You might be in favor of them, and that's fine with me, because, every society needs challenges every now and then, but this is not good, not for India, but especially not for the Netherlands.
Thank you so much.
ओके नमस्कार कैसे हैं सब ठीक है अभी ठीक है okay so I'm going to ask you Rabin I agree with you the first point you make it and also of the other points okay I'm not going to talk about that but I'm going to ask you if you need some information of the Indian diaspora community for example how much of the Indian diaspora people are connected with the politics? Where you can get the information? There is no place. If I ask you how much people of the Indian diaspora community is connected in the public sector, I mean by that in the foundation of hospitals, of insurance companies, of the housing companies, where you can get the information? No place. If I ask you, and it is that if a politics are talking about India or about Suriname, and they need some information about India or about Suriname, where they can go. I am going to give you an example. One of my old colleagues, Wim van der Kamp, He's of the Christian Democratic Party, and he was connected also, he was also a member of parliament here, and also in Europe. And I am with him in another foundation. So we are drinking some coffee, and he was telling me we are preparing a paper of the relation India and Europe. So I asked him, who delivered you the information to make such a paper? And he said, yeah, we are looking to the newspapers and so on. So what I mean by that is if politics, people of the politics party needs information to make sure where they can go. So what we need is an India Diaspora House. India Diaspora House where you can get the information, and there is information, documentation, and from that organization also you can deliver some of the information that our different groups want to know. For example, will give you another example. In the last 2 months, you can read in the newspaper about India. There were also some articles about the Ram Mandir. And maybe you've read the newspaper, maybe you have seen it. And I'm not talking about the Ram Mandir, but the process that happened to realize that one. And what was given an information in the newspaper that was truly not correct. So there was a gathering, Rabin was also there here in Amsterdam. There was a gathering, Maheshwari, she organized a meeting to talk with all the journalists and to talk together how we can deliver such information. And I was talking also to one of the journalists, and he said, we get the information from the other newspapers, and if you need some information correctly, who we can call. So we need a diaspora information and documentation house where all the people can get the information what's happening here. And we have to do it ourselves because we are very successful in ISML and in other places, and also as businessmen. But in the public sector, we are invisible. So we have to motivate our youngers. Ritika is here and all the other one who is not here today. We must motivate them to participate in politics, to participate in all the foundations we have here, in housing, elderly care, and so on. And therefore we need a place from where we can inspire. And let's do it. We have not to wait for the embassy. We must make it, it must not closely connected to the government or so, but we have to be independent. And so we have to realize it. So my question to all of you is, are you prepared to do that? Are you prepared to help me to realize such a center, an Indian diaspora center where every form of documentation, information, so lobby work you can do from that. And then we can be successful. And I can give you a small sample once, and it is what Rabin was talking. I'm connected in the foundations to take nurses from India to here. In Holland, we have a shortages of 200,000 for the coming 15 years. 200,000. But when I'm talking with the ministry, then they are talking, yeah, it is difficult. India is the qualification the same, and see. So if we have such a center, from that situation, he can give the government also the information. And now individual people are busy with that, but it is not always very helpful. So my opinion is let's create it and let's do it. let's do it. Let's not be inactive. Okay, let's do it.
Thank you. It also gives. Thank you. It also gives a very good transition to Professor Ajay Belli, who is the chair of Social Urban Transition, and talks about mobility of skills and people. And I think that's a very good transition. So we would like to hear from you, Ajay.
Thank you. Thanks also for the invitation to be here. Maybe I go one step before that and talk about the demographic dividend that was highlighted on the slide. I have three things to say. First is we think of India as as one country, right? There are many Indias. There is an India of glitz, glamour, big infrastructures, but there is also an India of malnutrition, gender inequalities, violence against women, lack of access to schools. So there is this constant dualisms that exist in India. And this is nothing new. You have seen it. Every time any airport you get out of, this is the first thing you see, right? So when we are talking or celebrating these achievements, let's also be a bit cautious of what are we celebrating and for whom are we celebrating, right? And having said that, I also understand that this demographic dividend is there. We have this window of opportunity to make use of it, but are we really making use of it? We have the young population, but what we see from surveys or also from company records, even private companies, there's a great skill mismatch. What they are learning within institutes as opposed to what is needed at this moment within companies. Why do big companies such as Infosys or other big IT companies, why do they take students in, ones who have paid through their nose to do engineering degrees and still retrain them the first year to do this? Is to meet the skill mismatch. I think to better use this demographic dividend, we need to go back and check where is the skill mismatch. And as diaspora, who have also gone through the same education system, we realize it when we are here. When I was a master's student over here, I realized I had to unlearn a lot of things to learn. And that's something we need to bring back through our contacts. That's something we need to bring back to our groups. That's what I do on university basis also. It's not when we are rejecting applications, for example, I give a very big explanation of on what basis and what things they could improve for their next application. And that, I think, is a duty of every Indian diaspora person to give that feedback, to coach people. The second part I would like to say is that one is from the demand side. Of course, there is this demographic dividend. There's a huge issue also, that I meant from the supply side. There's a demand for education in India. We need more universities than what they currently have. But here in the Netherlands, I agree also with you with the aging nurse population, but also doctors. IT specialists. And when we speak about IT specialists, I'm not an expert on IT specialists, but I worked on skilled migrants. It's not about Philips or ASML who's going to have a problem. These are big companies. They don't have people here, they'll get them from one of their other offices. It's the small and medium enterprises that are suffering the most. And in places like Groningen, in places like Limburg, that's where people are leaving. These are also areas that are facing population decline or crimp, that was in Netherlands. These are areas that will face much larger challenges in the Netherlands compared to Utrecht, The Hague, or Amsterdam. These are areas that are currently shutting down. Even if they have resources, they don't have the people. That's something we need to focus on. These are places where we bring, and it's not just happening here. In a few years, this will start happening in South India as well. Kerala is on the brink of where population decline is happening. So we have a chance now to learn from each other what solutions we can bring. I'll stop there.
Perfect. Thank you, Ajay. So I invite Kalyan, my friend, from Wageningen University.
and Kalyan is the account manager, Asia, agribusiness.
Yes, thanks, Pramod, for inviting me. Well, agribusiness or agriculture is a very complex sector. Looks simple from the outside, but very knowledge intensive and also politically colored, and it's actually a very political subject. You know, take a country like India, 125 million small farmers, where the average land holding is, no worries. So I was saying that agriculture looks very simple, but it's very complex, very political, very knowledge intensive. But, you know, taking a cue from my previous panelist, you know, if you look at what is happening on the demand side and the supply side, I think Mr. Ram Lakhina made a wonderful overview of how India has advanced over the years. Also, Ambassador Nehe talked about the revolutions. So far, so good. I think we came a long way. India came a long way in achieving self-sufficiency. But as we look towards 2050, there are some macro changes which are already, you know, on the happening right now, which are impacting the sector, and that, I'm afraid, can really disrupt the whole economy of India if we don't innovate, if we don't invest. And that is where the diaspora has a very important role to play, because Netherlands, maybe most of you already know, is quite small, 80 times smaller than India, but it's the second largest exporter of agricultural products. Such a small country did tremendously well in agribusiness. So there's a lot of learnings. Now coming to the demand side drivers, which is a demographic dividend that I think Mr. Nehe also spoke about, but it has a flip side. So what is happening on the demand side is India, it has started to diversify its food palette, you know. It's diversified diet, you know, as the income levels grew, as the awareness about health grew. So we are shifting from a carbohydrate or a staple diet which is dominated by carbohydrates to more into meat, dairy products, you know, more protein. So that is going to put tremendous pressure on the land, you know, because the feed conversion ratio, when you convert it to animal protein, is sometimes 8 times or even 20 times, depending on what kind of consumption we look for. So that is a tremendous challenge emanating from the demand side. The other thing which is happening is demand for processed food. That is also increasing, you know, with urbanization. So these are the two mega trends on the demand side. A related trend on the demand side is also increased imports of high-value foods. India is already importing 18 billion euro worth of oil seeds every year and about 4 billion worth of pulses. So it's huge. But also high-value fruits, high-value nuts. These are all billions of dollars I'm talking about. So two things happen because of that. There could be a chance of food inflation and also dependency on the exporting countries, but also food miles. You know, when food is going thousands of miles coming into the country, there's a big carbon footprint. So this is the demand side, but when you look at the supply side, the big challenge is that I told you that India has 125 million small farmers who are trying to produce in land holdings of just about a hectare. That's the average land holding. And there are about 140 landless labor, 140 million landless labor. So about 50% of the population in India is still dependent on agriculture for their livelihoods, either directly or indirectly. 20% of the GDP is dependent, but 50% is dependent on, you know, the livelihoods. This is a humongous challenge, you know, so when we look, and this is happening in the backdrop of two things. One is climate change. So the predictions are that our rice and wheat yields will go down by 20% in the next 20 years because of climate change. And by 2080, it'll go down by almost half if we don't work on it, you know, by bringing out climate resilient varieties, you know, talk to breeders or geneticists, but also input use efficiency, because water tables, I think somebody mentioned, I think, Eric, it was you. Huge problem with water tables. Water is a huge challenge in India. The input use efficiency, you know, water use efficiency is going to be a challenge. The second thing which is happening other than climate change is the soil health. There's a huge loss of soil quality, especially the soil physical quality. There's been indiscriminate use of pesticides and fertilizers, monocropping. So right now, we're on drip in the hospital, just trying to manage. But if this continues, there is always a tipping point, and then the soils don't respond. So this is another big challenge in the making on the supply side. The other big challenge is the wastages because of lack of agro-logistics. So about 30% of most foods, 20 to 30% is lost in wastage and loss. So it is humongous. When you look at the numbers, it's hundreds of billions of dollars just being wasted. So all this, as we look into the future, I think, coming to the second question, I don't know if I have enough time. Sorry. Well, I said that Netherlands has been in the forefront when it comes to agriculture because of innovation, hard work, creative thinking, smart agro-logistics. That's what made Netherlands great in agriculture. And institutes like Wageningen, where I work with, they've been a key catalyst in enabling this pole position for Netherlands. I think a lot of knowledge exchange can happen from here to India because of all the knowledge that has been learned, and especially in circular production systems, energy efficient production systems. That can be, and also sustainable intensification, because that is another challenge in India. The agricultural land is coming down, so how to, and capital formation. We need a policy, an enabling policy where you have public-private. There's a lot of FDI restrictions on foreign investment. Only 2% of our GDP is still invested in agriculture, whereas you need hundreds of billions of dollars to be pumped in if you really want to get the efficiency and the productivity gap to be bridged. With that, I'll end. Thank you.
Thank you. So then we ask all the solution from our dear friend from IT.
Thank you so much. First of all, thanks to FCCI and thanks to FIDE for giving me this opportunity to be on stage. Truly humbled to be a part of this distinguished set of panelists. My role, I think what I will do is, I have had, like Pramod just said, I'm lucky to be there to hear everybody's, inputs and then say how digital revolution, therefore, could impact some of the things that the other panelists have said. So I feel lucky that way. To begin with, Dr. Robin Baldev Singh ji, you said that Netherlands is looking at China. I would say Netherlands is looking at China at its own peril. Because end of the day, China's outlook towards the rest of the world and India's outlook towards the rest of the world is fundamentally different. Let's get that. India's outlook is still, I would believe, based on the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, right? Which I don't think is something that the Chinese premier would like to follow in his. So that's my, but having said that, what you said was absolutely correct. The captains of industry, India has shown the world what captains of industry means when it comes to technology. Under Satya Nadella, Microsoft today is the most valuable company in the world. Yeah, and the kind of leadership that Indian captains of industry have generated and produced, there's a lot that Netherlands, the Indian diaspora here, can learn, can leverage, and replicate in the Dutch context. I think that's something which is very interesting. Dr. Ramji, you spoke about the Indian Diaspora Center. Fantastic idea. When you talk about Indian Diaspora Center, I think the digital revolution is one of the biggest ways in which, for example, Indian scriptures today, yoga, for example, Vedas, for example, the whole global, the world have got access to. Today, sitting in my home, I can read about what the Vedas meant. I can read about what the Yoga Sutras are. That was impossible, literally impossible, till about 10, 15 years back, right? Thanks to the digital revolution and thanks to the fact that India, from their perspective, have really digitized the texts, the scriptures. I think that's something which is very, very important and very helpful for us. Coming back to the demographic dividend, Ajay, you mentioned, absolutely correct. I mean, the demographic dividend, is it a boon or is it a bane? I think for all practical purposes, we've seen that when it comes to the IT-led services, it has been a boon, right? India has been one of the prime exporters of skills. But again, that also presents a skills gaps question. Reverse IT, how is that as a topic? For example, is India attractive enough for IT professionals across the globe? Dutch, I work in Accenture, I asked some of my reportees who are Dutch, coming out of the finest of universities, would you be interested in picking up India? We've got a huge Accenture center. Would you be interested in taking up a project? Well, the questions are still mixed. It's not really as attractive as, that's something for us to think as we step into the future. Last but not least, I think from a digital perspective, one of the fundamental game changers in the next couple of years, which will also define India's roadmap in the next 15, 20 years, is going to be artificial intelligence. From two perspectives, when you mentioned, Kalyanji, about agriculture, soil health, that's an immense potential for artificial intelligence to come in and really help understand how do you improve agricultural productivity, how do you improve soil health, image analysis, bacterial image analysis, what have you. It's fantastic. On the downside of it, there is, people don't want to accept it, but there is a risk for jobs. India's IT dividend is still labor intensive. You'll have 100 people doing testing. Today, there's one program that's going to wipe out 98 out of those 100. 2 people will remain. Why? Because you need 2 people to validate the artificial intelligence engine output. You still need 2 people, but 98 out of the 100 will still get wiped out because it is that powerful. This is something that I think from a development perspective, if India wants to meet its goals of becoming, as Lakina ji said, we all know the 35 trillion economy number. Yeah, we still have to, there is still, in my view, there's still a long way to go, but digital revolution or digital technology is going to be one of the primary deciders of whether we reach that goal or not. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much. So the floor is open for the question. Hello? It's working? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very thankful that I am here and I am listening to learned people. But I must tell you one thing. As an anthropologist, I have been to many parts of India. Unfortunately, Indians do not know what is the Indian diaspora. That's one thing. I think we have to somewhere publicize it. Second thing is there are other things also which are not known. So my question to all of you is, Indian diaspora is good, but what Indian diaspora is doing in India? You have to come out with the positive facts which are not there. We can talk long terms, but we have to give them the concrete examples. I have been Jharkhand, I have been the East, I have been many parts of India, and I have been asking questions. Do you know Indian diaspora? No, we don't know anything. So I think we have to make conscious Indian diaspora within India so that Indians should think and think about the progress, think about going further. These are my questions which you all of you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
comment
Professor.
how it's possible. What should I do for that?
Thanks for your question. Maybe they don't know them directly as Indian diaspora. Of remittances that have gone from internationally to India. Is remittances don't go to the governments, go to households. It has improved education, it has improved access to healthcare, but it has also increased materialistic things. People invest in bigger TVs or bigger cars and bigger houses, but from a life course perspective, this was not possible one generation back for them. So in that sense, if you take Kerala, for example, that is a perfect example of not of skilled mobility, but of semi-skilled mobility from the Gulf, which has increased per household development indicators. What you see in Andhra Pradesh or in places such as Maharashtra, for northern Maharashtra, there are also particular areas where Indian diaspora, especially from the American areas like California and other areas, who have set up schools for lower caste children who can go further to study there, who can then go to universities. These are maybe small drops in a large ocean, but combined with all of that, they make a huge impact. Because if it was not for that group of people, they would have not gone to school. Or many of them could not have accessed better care. So in that way, we have to be a bit careful to say, oh, there's nothing there, but there is quite some information. Yeah. As a fellow anthropologist, I also would like to say.
Next, please. Yes, I have a, yes, my name is Shaif Bazir. I have two questions. One is a combined question. One question, all right. One question. So AI is very important these days, and if you listen to predictions from Chamat Papatia or Elon Musk, many jobs will disappear over the course of the next 20 years. I've heard Mr. Lakhani say by 2050 India will be a well-developed country. But I hear also the professor from Wageningen saying that over 100 million people are working in agriculture these days. So what will all these farmers do over the course of time? Will they become IT workers whose jobs will get obsolete by the AI revolution, or something else? What is your vision? I know it's a difficult question, but maybe a little bit of reflection on this, because these are the challenges of our times. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think Ajayji mentioned, that definitely there will be a disruption of job market because of AI, but what is providing jobs in India right now? It's agriculture is not just farming, it's as you see the value chain, there's a lot of value addition that the only redundant players in the value chain are the yardis or the commission agents, but otherwise everybody is trying to add value to the produce. There's too much of handling happening, but it's basically to store, distribute and pack the food that is produced, sometimes also process it. So in the bargain, from production-led to services-led is what is creating the jobs. Take the example of food service today. Everything is, through Swiggy and Zomato. So there's a lot of jobs. So it's still the food sector because it's delivering food. So I'm not so worried that, all the jobs will go to AI, because AI can't deliver food. You still need people to deliver, or, sometimes maybe in the future you have robots doing that. But to answer your question, the first calculators and, things, there'll be services sector which will provide jobs.
Thank you. I have a very simple question, and that question is directed. Can you hear? Or
yeah.
Yeah. The two politicians sitting there. The only two politicians here. My question is, in this hall, how many of you voted in the last parliament election? How many of you? Please raise your hand.
Or in India?
Yeah. So, this, Rabi, this is the involvement of the Indian diaspora in the local politics. I want to mention this especially because you should get involved in the local politics, directly or indirectly. I tell you, I am maybe for the last
5 or 6 elections, almost the municipality invites you to run a polling booth. I always get this invitation, I accept it, and after that you have to pass also an exam with 4 papers, all in Dutch. The first question is how to set up a polling booth till the counting. I tell you, for that last election, parliament election, while counting the ballot paper of one party, and that was piling up, and piling up. And that is the party which is also leading the present and discussions. All of us who were counting were looking at each other. What's happening here? There is a one party, it was the ballot paper increased up and going, but we had no place to keep them.
I think the message is clear.
My question is, and how many of you are directly involved or indirectly involved in the local politics? If not, you are doomed. And that's only one question.
Yeah, thank you.
I think Ajay,
do you want to say something?
Yeah, so just a very, so thanks for raising that question, sir. I did participate in the last Dutch elections. That was my first chance ever since I got my Dutch citizenship. Fun fact, fun fact, yesterday morning or yesterday afternoon, I received a letter, a very big letter. The kandidaatlijsten van de leden van Nederlands of the European elections to be held on donderdag, June 6th. Now this whole letter it has 1,000 names in it. So I was kind of overwhelmed, and I was just wondering, is this something that can we reduce the, make it a bit more digital here and not have these reams and reams of papers being sent to each and every household? But maybe that's something also. But the point I want to make here is 2 points. One is the language and the awareness about elections to the Indian diaspora, how important it is. That needs that awareness, that communication needs to be a bit more broad-based. I think for people who've been here for a long time, who really understand the importance of elections, I think the question is less apt. But for the new generation who are streaming in from India at this point in time, the Indian diaspora, for them, how important the Dutch election system is. Why is it that your vote matters? I think that communication needs to go a bit more broad-based, is my humble opinion at this point in time.
I wanted to add one line to the answer, if I may. In the previous Gemeenteraad election, including Hindustani and Suriname community, I think almost 65 plus candidates ran for it, and a couple of them won as well. So I guess the awareness is there, and I personally feel that in the next Gemeenteraad election we will touch 100, and we have one national chapter here called Indian Diaspora Council Netherlands, and we are really working hard to prepare our Indian diaspora towards political participation. So I hope you will see more.
And we have started a diaspora podcast, and the first diaspora podcast was about please go and vote. So all of you have this leaflet in your folder. Please subscribe to our channel, and I think we could talk in that regard.
But it is not only just to go to vote, that we should do that. But most important is that we need also candidates from the diaspora community. So become a member of one of the political parties, become a star there, and join the political parties, and so that also people of the diaspora community, that they are on the list of the political parties. Because here in the Netherlands, we are now with 230,000 Indians. But if you are looking to the local political community or the national parliament, maybe 5, no more than that. And in the national, no one. So join the political parties, become a member, and let us make it that people of the Indian community, they also can participate as members.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Please, love, yeah.
Christina. Thanks to all the speakers for your kind words. We have heard a lot about different fields like agriculture and information technology. I just want to put a light on a field which is medical technology. So if we go very back, we all know like the first surgery which was happened in India by Mr. Sushrut with some surgical instruments which were custom made. So, if we talk with the recent activities during the COVIDs, all over the world there was critical support needed, and India was not at the backstep or behind any kind of supports in this field. So what is the vision and what are the goals in the upcoming years related to this field rather than other fields?
So
yeah.
the vision for India, you mean?
Yeah, also for India and with the European, yeah.
I think the panel. I mean, India is a pharmacy of the world at this moment, the way we call it. Biggest producer of the vaccine, a surgical instrument, and it's exporting not only to European countries, but also to by and large African countries in a much affordable price range, which otherwise not possible for them to buy otherwise. So I think we are.
One insight, in the area of health, what is most insightful, some resonance here. I can use this one. Yeah, thanks. So we have a collaborative project. It's called One Planet. So we work with IMEC, the semiconductor company, but we also have a link up with Radboud Medical Center and Wageningen, because now there is a growing realization that food actually affects your health, and also the gut microbiome, where there's a lot of AI and big data applications. So in that, Netherlands as a data set is not enough to test it. So countries like India, where you have a large population sets, where you can actually see the interaction effects of the food and health. So I think it's a natural partner. If you see clinical trials business in India, it's a huge, huge place to operate. So I would see a lot of collaborations in that space, in the realm of One Health, it's called now.
Perfect.
Maybe one last part also to add is what India can learn from the Dutch context specifically in terms of health and welfare technology is the geriatric care technology. It is much more developed here, and India would require this. We talk a lot about young people in India. We don't talk about the number of older population that is 65 plus and growing. It is more than 8% of the India's population. So that's where the kind of reverse technology flows needs to take place as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you, gentlemen, for your wonderful insights. My name is Anil Chandrika Singh. I had a question about the India House or the India Diaspora House. Will there be a good focus on the skills also of the Indian diaspora doing that work, at that center? Because I think there's a big skill deficit among the Indian diaspora. They are not really aware about things about India, in my opinion. There's also a problem about regarding public speaking. I think that's really a skill that's missing among the community, among the people, the Indian diaspora people. And also the issue of understanding diversity. I think if you talk about the added value of the Indian Hindustani community, I think that's something where they are very strong. You also see it very much if you look at where they are going into positions like diversity managers. It's often a person of Indian Suriname origin. So I'm very interested in your thoughts about that.
Well, maybe the Indian Diaspora House, some of the communities here in this country, migrants community, they have it already. For example, the Turkish community have a huge one, where you can go, you can get your information, you can get your destination. If there is something on the newspaper, they make their reaction. If you need something about the Turkish community, they give you the information. and they spread the information of Turkey. And Miskin, one of the most popular example is the CD, Center for Information and Documentation, Israel. That is a very successful house that gives information about Israel. It's very good documented and very good information they give also. So we can get all sorts of information there. Okay, I have not talking about politics and so on, but giving the example that you can be successful. And the community here in the Netherlands is about 18,000. But the CD, their budget only from the community is about 900,000 euro. So we are with Indians more than 230,000. So let's start it, let's do it. And we hesitate too much. We are talking too much. We are talking too much questions and so. I will say, let's start this. Let's make a beginning so we can give good information about India. That if someone needs information about it, he can give them. He can give the information out to the political parties, assertive, not waiting, but be assertive to give the information and talk with them. And, so I will ask, let's maybe Fiji, Miskin, just we are sitting here, and all the other one, let's take the initiative and make it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. See, I think it's a question of time, you know. We are still in that stage where we are evolving. If you look at sectors like, take for instance, you know, sectors like, you know, culture. Dance schools have come up. They're pretty good in what they're doing. Cinema is coming slowly. Food, right? If you look at food also, the quality of, I mean, this country has never been exposed to good Indian food. You have no clue what good Indian food is, right? I mean, therefore, but that is also improving slowly and steadily. My friend Shivam, who's sitting right here, he runs an excellent, The Voice, the initiative that he has brought, which is about, you know, the cultural integration and bring the best artists from India to Netherlands. Now, what you see now is sporadic activities. In a couple of years from now, it will consolidate into exactly what Mr. Dolaram's vision is of an Indian Diaspora Center, which will have all of that information right at your fingertips. So give it, I think, 5 to 10 years' time.
I think we have, yeah, YG, and then
coming back to what Ravin said about getting Indian diaspora involved here in politics, I worked with this idea about 15 years ago. I approached Rabin to get his advice, and also I talked informally with Mr. Ramlal. Rabin introduced me to one of his colleagues' political party. Together with a friend of mine, we approached them. Our idea was to establish a group of Dutch people, not cultural and not commercial, just to involve them in a higher level to interact with Dutch politics and to give them idea to present to the India government. We had different discussions, but it was very difficult to motivate people if you cannot get persons with initiative, idea, and time to spend to help you. Everybody will be there. If there is a cultural program, something you are interested in, you are organizing, but if you are inviting them for a discussion, it is very difficult to motivate people. What happened? We presented a paper, the discussion paper. Also, we presented it to the Indian embassy because we did not wanted to go to the Indian embassy first because we wanted to find out how things are in the, how the public will accept it. We could not actually get enough response. So, and I have approached our community leaders, but they're also not interested. So I have dropped that idea. Beg, borrow, steal, one person told me, you have to try yourself. That is one example. Maybe I am not the right person to pull the community behind me. So I failed in that. The second one of which I tried is that we tried to get this India House, as we are actually discussing. I discussed this also with some of our community members.
YG, we discuss this later. I think we have to also wrap
Okay.
up.
Then
But
I
these two
stop-
ideas are very concrete,
just
and the time is coming.
So now I just wanted to inform
Yeah.
that different initiative has been taken.
Yeah.
But it is you cannot bring all the people in the right direction.
Thank you. As rightly said by Ajay-ji, there are sporadic revolution happening around Netherlands with a lot of different activities, and they will consolidate in coming period into this. The right time has to come. Yes, please.
My name is Stanley Ramkaon. I'm from Suriname origin with a few friends here. And I would like to add one question in the discussion. What kind of strategy the Indian diaspora and the Surinamese Indian diaspora can add together to tango?
I think that's $1 million question. How to mobilize Hindustani,
It's just
Suriname
one
community.
guilder, not a million one.
Yeah, I think we have to wrap up.
My question is, hello, I'm Krishna. I'm from media organization. One question is something that I missed in the discussion, which is the culture. So there is a big culture gap between Indians and the Dutch. I mean, we are on the extremes, actually, if you look at the culture map. And I didn't hear anything addressed on that. And my question is, could Suriname community, being the one in the middle, could that be a bridge, who could help educate in this, in bridging the gap?
We can take two more questions and
Yeah,
then we
and then
conclude
we
from
wrap
here.
up.
There are too many hands. You can pick which one. Okay, well. Okay.
Yeah. In what way joining the politics in Netherlands can can transition India towards becoming a developed country?
Well, based on my observation, whenever there's a gathering of Indian diaspora, Indians in the Netherlands, there's usually the men who are talking more about politics and current affairs, but women are not talking about this. So for me, it's really a big, huge problem. So I keep thinking that how can you, my question is, how can you really mobilize the 50% of the people, that is the women, women to really get into this conversation, to start this conversation?
Okay. I think that's more or less it. So what we would do now, it's almost 4:15. I add one more question for you to think, and then you can reflect, all of you, one by one, and then we can wrap it up. Just before the end of the first session, I got a question from Mr. Vipin Mohare, and he has asked me a question now. Guys, India is also progressing fairly well. The salary differences between India and Netherlands and Europe is also slowly reducing the gap. And if you look at the young population there and the service you get, probably a maid and driver and cook, probably, it's even sometimes better to think that why should I leave my country, first of all. So is it a trend to think that possibly in future, diaspora population, which is one of the biggest trends for India, would possibly declining or now coming to a steady still? At this moment, we are talking about 32 to 35 million Indian diaspora outside, but as India progress, would that number slowly start stagnating or even reverse migration? This is related to diaspora. So if you could also think about this in your reflection in comparison to how you want to wind up, please think from your sector perspective. So I would start with you this time.
From my sector, you said. See, I want to make one important point, but I promise I'll be not more than 2 minutes. Yeah, to ma'am's point. Yeah, we definitely needed to have female participation on the stage today. That's a miss. On politics, I have one important point to make. Maybe I'll just touch and I'll wrap it up with the digital revolutions. If you go back to India, right, for a few minutes, think of India. We Indians, or at least people, we love to talk and debate and spend hours and hours talking about politics. How many of us aspire for politics as a profession? Think of India, don't think of the Indian diaspora. How many parents in India tell to their kids, beta jab tu bada hoga, beti jab please join politics. It's the place to be. How many? Then why should it be any different with the Indian diaspora here? Because these Indian diaspora come from the same background, right? They come from the same parents. यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि we are not, politics is not aspirational. Why? Because in India, what do we see? We see murderers, thieves, corrupts, drug lords joining politics. So your parents are telling you, go anywhere but politics. The IAS, जो आपने 12th pass देखी होगी, right? The movie, you slog, become an IAS, and then what? You're at the mercy of hoodlums, drug lords. So anyways, that was the point I wanted to make here, and that actually is also reflecting in the Indian, which is why, Gobi sir, what he said, right? Even today, in the talk of the general elections in India, think of the people, how many people voted? 57-58% of the Indian population voted. Then why should it be any different here? So obviously you will have, when you ask, how many people voted? You will only have a handful of people, because in India itself it's abysmal in terms of the voter people turnout. But I'll close with Shivam's point, which was also very pertinent. See, point is, if at all we are in this space of politics, right, we are able to, if we do it as successfully within Indian diaspora, we will be able to influence policy making, and that policy making, especially in the digital space, there is so much that's happening across both the countries, right? Think of the startup ecosystem in India, think of the startup ecosystem in the Netherlands. There is so much, right? India is the most fascinating market you can get ever. Imagine a Dutch entrepreneur here, he doesn't even think of India as a market, yeah? That requires, you need, guys, so that is the thing where you need to really think, India is a massive market of with an upscaling population, with disposable income, people willing to spend money. Think of it as a market. So, but no Dutch entrepreneur, at least not that I know of, thinks of India as a market. So that also applies to the Indian diaspora. So the digital world, these are the things that we need to really take with us. And on that point, I just would like to close my.
Thanks, Ajay.
Maybe you can take that.
That's a nice segue to what I'm going to say now. I think in a very strange way, I told about the opportunities and the challenges that the Indian agriculture sector faces. But in a very weird and strange way, it is precisely these challenges that are exciting the young minds. I speak to a lot of young, master's students, PhDs, all from India who come here. Wageningen attracts the best of talent from there. They really aspire. Now, because of this opportunity that you mentioned, the attractiveness of India as a market, a lot of these are their innovations, their scientific studies can be actually implemented. A lot of this, India is the best playground because the demand side drivers are there and also the supply constraints are there. So all is not lost. I think definitely the diaspora stands to benefit because of the opportunities that lie in India as the best probable market, emerging today. And I'd like to underscore one point which President Jasbir Singh ji, in his opening speech he mentioned. We always are looking at what to take from Netherlands to India, but there is a lot that Netherlands can also learn from India. It's reciprocal. Coming to agriculture, people here don't know what is vermicompost. That every small farmer in India is using vermicompost. Something as basic as that. And then, of course, alternative health, for instance, Ayurveda and yoga. So in the future, I see a lot of learnings from India that can also come here, where our diaspora automatically become the bridges to actually implement these. With that, I'll end.
Thank you.
I'll talk about mobility in terms of the vision itself.
And also reverse mobility.
And the reverse mobility. Yes. So if you look at migrations that have taken place, not just from India to other, but in other places, for US, for example, many of these migration movements, over a period of time, migration goes down. The scale goes down. But the ties stay. The fact that the Silicon Valley and Bangalore had such a strong connection is because of those ties that exist, that there is this co-development. And migration changes from individual-led migration to more what we see now of intra-company transfers, of companies moving abroad, companies moving across countries. So I don't think we need to look at it really from this one-way or two-way approach. It is much more global. People can move in many different directions, especially with skilled mobility. From what research we've seen so far, skilled migrants don't come to settle in Netherlands. Netherlands is an escalator region. They move from here to other regions, which is okay. But there's a new set of people coming in. It's as long as you can provide people meaningful employment and use them for the betterment of themselves, that they also gain skills in this process. People will not go back only for the money. It's the impact. But people will also stay here for the soft skills that they get. What we see now in the Indian context is there's a big gap in upper management or middle level management, because many people who have been, they're now recruiting these people from the US. Because there are not enough people in the upper and middle level management who can lead teams at this moment. So there will be quite some circulation of people around in that sense.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay,
yeah,
the question of the Indians will go back to India for job, they will not go back. I think there's the same. When I came from Suriname in '69, the idea was, do I study here, earn some money, and go back to Suriname? But in the meantime that you are here, you are adopting the way of living also from the Netherlands. Your children is going here to school. They are growing up. And so India will become further in your mind, not in your mind that it is not India, but to go back. So what's going to happen? That when you are retired, you will have a house there, and you will spend 6 months there and 6 months here. That will happen, so that you can be with your children here, and also the ideas and the memories of the past, that you can keep them alive in India or in Suriname. So definitely they will not go back. The second question, the involvement in politics. And the Surinamese Indians, they are a longer time here. But in their mind, there was also the idea to go back. And that was one of the reasons that the participation in politics in the beginning situation was very low. And I think the majority of people who came from India, that is from the last 15 years, 10, 15. Bhai Jasbir Singh came 50 years ago, but the majority is 10, 15 years. I think there will come a period that they will join the politics. And it is not that they are not interesting. If you see
of India right now, and India can head towards a developed country. But I am perhaps one of the few, or the only one here in this hall, who is very disappointed in India as far as politics is concerned. The gundas and all that will be there, but the problem is that, the current government in India, and it's not only the current government, it started, I think, years before that, has diminished the freedom of speech in India, has diminished the judiciary in India, has diminished has increased the interracial relationship within India. I am the National Coordinator Against Discrimination and Racism. I have not seen, India used to be my example as far as a multi-ethnic society is concerned. It's no longer my example anymore because the tensions are rising. Sometimes you see something, most of the time you don't, but that is what is happening in the process of moving towards a developed country. That is the price India is paying right now, and the question is, do I want to be a part of that? I don't think so. India is a beautiful country. I love being in India. India is my spiritual guide, it's my cultural guide, but it is really not my political guide. So I'm very happy to live here because of those aspects which we have in our kind of democracy. And, to be honest, we've been focusing on the topic of politics and political participation. Yes, it is imperative for us to be involved. So to go to vote, I know obviously it is a little bit difficult, the system, if you compare it with England or with India itself. That can be explained, but voting is, a very important right which we should use. We don't do that. So that's important. But what has happened 2 years back at the municipal elections, and indeed Hemant said something about that, I have seen an increase of Indian participation, not only in the voting segment, but also standing on a ballot. And I was really proud of that, because VVD, for example, had, wrong party of course, but VVD had some people from the Indian diaspora. I'm not talking about the Suriname Hindustani community, but the Indian diaspora. D66 has an increasing people of Indian diaspora on the ballot paper. The Christian Union had one. Don't underestimate that right now, and I don't think it's on your on focus right now, but this cabinet has a minister of Southeast Asian descent, being a Pakistani lady. The first, let's say, Indian look-alike person becoming a cabinet member in the Netherlands, and that is Mariella Pauw. Again, wrong party, but she is there, and she can be an example, and I'm sure that she is an example, and she has a very interesting portfolio, education and all that. We should be proud of that. So there is, change, things changing, but not rapidly, and I admit, but indeed we have to be involved, and it takes a lot of challenge. But so my cri de coeur, my hartekreet would be, look at India, indeed, because it is changing, it is developing, and we can learn from India also on the medical sector. I truly believe that. But since we are here, let's also focus on the development in this country, and let's try to use that development in bringing India more forward than we do that. It's a very important one, because what I see that also on European level, but that there is, and that is isolation policy. So isolationism, that means that we are going to look inward and not outward. And since we're going to look inward, America first, Europe first, the Netherlands first, that is what is happening right now. That means that we will fail to make that connection with a country like India, South Africa, South American countries, to connect each other, and to make the world a better place. So the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it's rubbish.
Let's look at Jasmeet.
Well, I was listening very patiently what was being said. And of course that my dear friend Rabin, he can speak out his mind. And we agree on a lot of things. Certain issues we differ also, despite belonging to the same party. You were not here during the opening speech. I did mention certain challenges, certain parameters about where we think while India is progressing, but we have to deal with certain parameters. I mentioned those because I was not an expert speaker and I had to be very short on that. Of course, I touched upon those issues, what you said. But that's also happening here. We cannot just ignore that populism is everywhere in the world now. This is a certain era of populism. You can go to Turkey or you go to US or you go to even Netherlands. But these are the phases. And the current dispensation in India is a government, not a country. It will change. It will change. You never know what can happen even on the 4th of June. So we focus on the potential of India and not on, of course, there are challenges and we have, let's see the challenges here. And I want to ask you a question about that first. We as a FCCI were dealing with a huge project before the COVID started, in which Professor Ajay Bailey was also with us, Ambassador Nehe was with us, migration of skills. Well, migration of skills, and when I hear you now, what the government policy now, to limit the migration and especially also the skilled migration, that goes exactly the opposite direction what we wanted to do. And my question to you would be, how we can influence that kind of policies, how we as diaspora units or organization can get into touch with the policymakers now, make them understand that this is not in the national interest and also not in the interest of even those parties, how they are now in power. They may be out of power after a couple of years if these policies are exactly counterproductive. And I think that will sure happen. So these are, just wanted to, last question to you. In short, tell how Indian diaspora can influence the policy making here. Rabin, you are most outspoken, so you can say that. And of course, that as Ramlal Bhai said, I think that's an excellent idea to have an India House or the India Information Institute. We'll certainly work on that. Thank you.
So this is a very interesting question. It's a huge question. I will not be able to answer that in a few lines, and I know we have run out of time. So let's continue this talk on this topic, I think, on another level or another place. You know, but what I wanted to say, I'm really worried because it's not only the skilled migration, as you already have heard also in the world of the universities, you know, what this upcoming government might do is, you know, to decrease education in English. So no English-speaking students will be allowed also to come here. So it's not only the skilled migrants, but also students. And that is, I don't think that is a wise decision they are making because, you know, it will, this, you know, the society can implode. And your question was, what can we do, you know, to bring these people to other thoughts? It is going to be really tough because then you're going to swim against the current. And swimming against the current here in the Netherlands will be very hard in the coming of days of years. But still, what we could do is to try to, you know, in a silent way, to talk to politicians and to, even the world of university, but also captains of industries. So let's try to do that and let's see how we could facilitate with these people a meeting, you know, very small and try to grow or something like that. Because it is a tough question you're asking me. I don't have the full answer for that, really, but I'm troubled.
Thank you. With this word, we stop the panel. It seems we have opened a Pandora box, and there are more questions than answer itself. But one thing is sure, the Indian diaspora has a vast network. The Indian diaspora has a very high potential. We have identified several sectors, and there are odds, there are difficulties, there are policy challenges, but I think we'll swim through it. And both India, Netherlands, even Suriname, and Indian diaspora will flourish, I'm confident about, in the new generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I said it would be a lively discussion, the better part of the conference. This one? So even the mic is tired. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a lively discussion. Thank you. Thank you for contributing towards the discussions. I have heard a great many ideas, been just penning them down. Great ideas, more food for thought, more to think about how to move forward. Thank you all for that. That was great. So now we have concluded the content part, and I would like to invite a former president of FCCI for a vote of thanks to the stage. Mr. Badri Madal, please.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of time, and I would like to be short and brief and sweet. But I have to, because you all deserve a vote of thanks, and I like to propose a vote of thanks. And it is a profound honor to stand before you today, not only as a participant, but also to deliver the closing remarks and express our gratitude. Reflecting on the journey from India's Independence Day to this moment, I feel a living connection to the history. I was a small child when India was partitioned and it got its independence. From witnessing the partition and the birth of our nation to the adoption of our constitution and subsequent trials and triumphs, as has already been mentioned in this debate, I have seen India evolve into the powerhouse it is today. As we celebrate the 75th Republic Day, we stand proud of our nation, accomplishment, overcoming many challenges to become the world's 5th largest economy. And if we start discussing with my friend Rabin Baldev Singh there, it will take a lot of time. But that is also part of India's culture, diversity. And a lot is happening. If you look into that debates, a lot of actually trying to suppress, and still lots of discussion are going on, a lot of criticism is being discussed. And 4th of January will tell how people like it. So they have the power to vote, and they can tell you whether they agree with the policies or not agree. We are not here to judge, we are here with the progress, and of course, we have to discuss the challenges we have faced. The President mentioned, and all other has been mentioned in the debate also. I have also witnessed the growth of the Indian diaspora, particularly here in the Netherlands. Our efforts to unite, engage, have borne fruit, thanks to initiatives like FIDE and FCCI, fostering dialogue, investment, and collaboration between our communities and India. Today's conference has been a testament to the vibrant discussions which we have seen and fruitful exchanges that define our diaspora. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers, panelists, moderators, and coordinators for their invaluable contribution. My special thanks to our esteemed guest speakers. Unfortunately, as you have known, the ambassador couldn't make it, but her speech was delivered by the deputy head of the mission. I thank both of them. We are grateful to Mr. Thijs Ruiten, member of the European Parliament, and Ambassador Eric Nie for their insightful addresses. Ambassador Nie knows India more than anybody else, and he has very nicely explained where we are heading and why we are going to that one thing. This is our strength and also the weaknesses we have. My thanks to Mr. Ram Lakhina, Chairman Emeritus FCCI, for the thoughtful provoking theme, and Ms. Vadrat Pathak, Trustee FCCI, for outlining the diaspora potential role in India's development vision for 2050. My gratitude also extends to our moderators, masters of ceremonies, organizers, PR, and sponsors whose support has been instrumental in making this event a great success. I would like to thank Mr. Jasveer Singh, though he doesn't need it, but I like to thank on your behalf Mr. Jasveer Singh, President FCCI and FIDE, for his inspirational leadership and his team for their hard work and efforts in organizing this conference. You all know to organize such a meeting, you need a lot of efforts, a lot of cooperation. He's good in managing his team, and he's good in inspiring the people to make it a success. On your behalf, I again thank him and the team, because without team, he couldn't do anything also. So it's very nice this there. And as you know, Master Ambassador had to go to India because of family emergency, but she would be leaving. I'm sorry she's not here. She has been a very part of this Indian diaspora, and she would be leaving next month after a wonderful and active stay in the Netherlands. Though she's not here, but we like to convey our thanks and gratitude to her that for her cooperation, for her help, for her patronage, for this Indian diaspora. We will miss her and wish her all the best in her future endeavors. And finally, to each and every one of you, thank you for your presence despite the demands of your daily lives. I know a lot of people have to adjust their jobs, just timing, just to come here. And your attendance has been integral to the success of this conference, and we deeply appreciate your commitment to our community. As we depart, let us carry forward the spirit of unity, collaboration, and progress that defines our diaspora. Together, we can continue to shape a brighter future for India and its global community. May our vision, which we have discussed for India in 2050, be fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madam. And now for the final part, and that is the refreshments.
Request you to offer a bouquet to our guest speakers. Will you do it? Yes.
Okay, so
Will you do it?
do I call all the speakers? Yeah, okay, I'll get them.
They can, no, you can do it once. We all of them. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll
All the
just
guest
get the
speakers.
first
Yeah.
name.
Yeah. Or you can name them. And then.
So just before we are through with the conference, we would like to give a token of appreciation to our speakers. And I will go behind the scenes and get them. And then we will move on to refreshments. So just a minute. Can we get? assistance in this.
Well, I think Rabin will not get it. It will be his better half, because he was very critical today. Okay. Will you hand over? Give that to give that to Bhabiji. Okay. Bhabhi. Okay. Okay. Joking. This is exactly what we love. As critical choices, we need people who can be critical, so to thought-provoking for us. Okay. Professor Ajay Bailey, where is he? Okay. Can you come here, or she has to walk to you? So you don't want to miss that. Okay. Mr. Kalyanji. Okay. Okay. Though Ajay ji is our member of FCCI, because he is first time on the stage to address, so today he got special treatment. Otherwise, as a team member, he is not supposed to get it. Okay. Finish. Did he? Yeah, it's the last one. Okay. I think we got, who else? Yeah, of course. No, I was joking. There was this big joke going on. Rabin, of course, we cannot. No. Of course, that was I wanted to make. Okay, please hand over to Rabin. Rabin, yeah, okay. Give one more to me. Yeah, you know that with you we can always have this kind of yeah. Okay. Okay. I think that I think that the person who proposed the vote of thanks, our past president, he deserves that. The way he does it, nobody else can do it. Okay, will you please? Yes. Okay. And last? एक चाहिए मुझे, एक चाहिए. Well, of course, friends, we are now closing, but there is one more person who deserves a bouquet. And can you come here for a while? No, not you, not keep it. Come on. Can we thank our master of ceremony for the wonderful job she has done today? Okay, please.
Thank you very much. Very nice of you. Thank you.
Okay, friends, will you announce that we go for drinks? I think they deserve that.
Yeah, I think you certainly deserve refreshments and drinks. Thank you all for attending this conference. Let's move forward on what we have learned. Thank you.